Hey guys, welcome back to YCS Prague. Sorry we had a few technical difficulties just now, but we're back with Marcello again to talk about his deck. So we were just talking about the fact you've cut pretty much everything that you don't need, and you were talking about how you decided that you wanted to play a deck that goes second.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point.
Like so. Yeah, so that was really good. What do you think of the super quantum blue layer with the interaction with emergency teleport?
Yeah, I think it's actually amazing. So I was I was gonna go second. I knew that. So I wanted to minimize the problems that the deck had, which were of course Brick and the popularity of Solemn Strikes. And I feel like if you play Idea, it surely is a powerful card because you recycle resources, but when it got stopped, you lose because you can do. And also, Veiler is super popular around this.
Yeah.
So I didn't feel like it, and I think that playing free Return of the Monarch is great in this version because all you need is a teleport, and you have both attribute fodder and attribute. A monster you can tribute summon. So basically, if you have any of those free, you can actually activate it, tribute summon the red layer. You get your combo pieces, Aether, and whatever, and you're still good to go. So I think that was pretty good.
Yeah, it's really, really good. So talk a bit about your side deck. So you got like one copy of Breakthrough Skill.
Yeah, Breakthrough Skill.
What's that about?
No, it was just because I initially I had more copies of my other tech, which is Mystical Refinal. And then
where's that?
This one.
Ah, okay. Yeah, we couldn't figure out what it was because it's in Italian.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I actually won my Monarch matchup that I had this day already with that. Because you just use it on Pantheism and you draw 2 instead of it.
Yeah.
So that's broken. And I cut it though because I saw some people playing Fog Kings and still the ADA version. So against those, I have Veilers and I have Breakthrough, which is really good. So Fog King, at least you have some hope. Because you also have the Veiler. You can Veiler the Fog King and it goes back to 0 attack. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. I think, and the rest is just 8 for Mask of Restrict, basically. I have MST, Twister, whatever.
Yeah, all that stuff. You're only playing one copy of Majesty's Fiend. I see Majesty's Fiend as that really good card against Cosmo. Do you not think you could have played more?
My version is different because I don't feel like against Cosmo you are in that much of a rush. Because as you saw in this future match, the trap card avoids OTKs, so I feel like you can slow down, and I have, differently from other players, free Return of the Monarch, so I can search it out whenever I want. So just playing one Majesty, I can search it out, and then next turn I will do it. I mean, I don't want to rush and have it this turn. It's fine. I can take my time.
You only need to play one.
Yeah, I only search it, so I don't need to do it first turn. That's why.
That was something during the match I was talking about as well. So it seemed like this even backs up what you just said. So when Marcello here was, you just kept you every turn you seemed to have stuff in your hand.
Yeah, exactly.
As well as the board that you had, your domain and return.
Yeah, domain every time, domain return.
And you had like Stormforth set and a Stormforth in your hand and Ether as well, and it was just always had something ready for next turn.
Plan, that's why I also don't play any other Monarchs, which is like kind of rare. I think everyone is playing Caius, Testalos, whatever. I only play those 6. I want to just cycle as I did and use my stuff.
Yeah, and then just one Kuraz as well.
Yeah, one Kuraz because it's pretty good against Eccentric Archifiend, which is the only out most people are playing against the field spell. So if you just Ether and Eccentric and Kuraz the Eccentric this game. So
then
cause main deck of
course. Yeah, exactly.
At least.
Yeah, there's no reason not to play Kuraz.
Yeah, it's pretty broken. And also I have the synergy with Chicken Game, so I can pop my own Chicken Game and draw cards. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's nice. That's very nice. Yeah. And even like if you've got dead terraformings, you can set as well.
Whatever I need.
Oh, that's fantastic. So yeah, it's really good. Like you played it really well. So we had people on stream asking about beard grooming tips.
I guess so.
So come on, talk us through it. Every time we see you on stream, it's always
I change the grow more.
It's always the epic beard.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, tips, I don't really know how to help you, but I think beard is also a lifestyle in a sense. So I'm really the lifestyle of beard. So I love my beard. I cure it, and I mean, you have to care about it though. So I don't like just let it grow and whatever, but I think having a beard is pretty cool.
You gotta look after it.
Yeah.
You gotta look after it.
But I don't want to be a hipster though. I did it when it was not cool.
Well, it's good. So we know a lot of we do a lot of testing and things like that before a tournament. So not the normal things. People try a lot with their deck and test all the decks that you think you're going to see. What other things do you think that is really important in a tournament that not many people think about?
Okay, I have a pretty good tip, I think, for players in general, both competitive and new to the game. What I do, and honestly, I I don't know anyone else who does that. Is I have multiple accounts on DN, and I play with both. Playing myself. Also at home with my own decks, I tend to play myself, basically, because I think you minimize the time and you play 2 games in the same amount of time, playing yourself, and you learn even different deck, but even the same deck.
Yeah.
You see the hands, how much it breaks, how much you can develop. So basically, you are playing 2 games at a time. So I think that's cool.
So what about actually? So when you get to the tournament and you think, so something that I always do, I always drink a lot of like Lucozade. Everyone always sees me with Lucozade at tournaments, and I drink a lot of water and try and really stay hydrated. Yeah. Is that important for you? Do you think like between rounds is really important?
Yeah, I think that's a mistake most people do, because I mean in smaller events like regional, I can think you can afford not to do that. But when you are at a YCS or a European Championship and you expect to finish the last round, it's like 10 p.m. or whatever, you need to eat, you need to drink. That's what I do. I don't like to eat that much, but I think you have to give yourself like times. I actually look at the phone, what time is it? Should I eat something? And drink a lot. Like definitely you have to drink.
Yeah, especially cause, like regional. I know myself. I can spend the whole day not doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
You can get home and you can sleep.
You know you're going home. Here probably you can miss dinner too. So you have to be careful and bring something.
Yeah, and I'll go home, sleep.
No,
and
I saw a lot of people making misplays and just looking tired like this because they didn't eat, they didn't drink, so don't do that. Don't do that.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
So you look after yourself, especially when you've got to come back for the next day.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you don't look after yourself today, then you're going to feel that tomorrow.
You're going to definitely feel that.
Exactly. So yeah, it's been great talking to you, as always, and we'll be following you around the tournament, so thanks very much.
Man. We'll see you later.
And we'll see you guys for the next round very soon.
Hello everyone, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage for YCS Prague so far. My name is Matthew Bell, I'm a product manager here at Konami Digital Entertainment Europe. Today I wanted to do a video to talk a bit about the adjusted list which came into effect on the 8th of February. We got a lot of your feedback via our Facebook post. I just wanted to thank you all so much for actually taking the time to write to us, and I can say I did read all those comments and it kind of inspired us to make a bit of video giving you a bit more information about why we made the decision that we did in the end. I suppose the very first thing to address is the adjusted list saw 6 cards placed into different positions on the Forbidden Unlimited list, and these were done very purposely for the Pepe deck. If we look at some of the events that we had which led up to the decision, on the day of release for the set Breakers of Shadow, YCS Sydney took place, and 53% of the Day 2 decks were actually this new Pepe deck. That's a lot considering the set literally just came out, so the players didn't really have a lot of time for the availability, and we still saw 53% of them making Day 2. When we look at the top 32 from that tournament, 60% of those were the Pepe deck. That was we knew it was going to be the best deck in the format. We had our suspicions. We didn't know by how much of a margin compared to the other top decks this one would be the strongest. As it turns out, it was a lot. If we look at YCS Atlanta, 29 of the top 32 decks were this new Performer Pearl Pendulum deck, and that's just crazy from what we see. When we actually consider what's happened, because YCS Atlanta was played after the adjusted list was announced, but before it came into effect. And 29 was this one deck. We were essentially looking at the only deck that was going to be competitive at this time was the Performer Pearl Pendulum deck, and that's not really what our goal is when we try and create formats for you guys. We want to make sure there's a bit of variety and a chance for you to play with a couple of different decks. While there may be a best deck in the format, we want you to have a bit of a chance to at least ask the question, is it really? Which in this particular case was just not happening. So we knew that this would have a really big impact on the game, even down to the local level, which is why we decided to go with an adjusted list rather than a full Forbidden Unlimited list update, because we wanted to give stores a chance to talk to their local communities and figure out how you guys want to enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And do what's best for you guys, which is why the adjusted list is only enforced for our higher level events like the YCS Championship Series you're playing in Prague right now, regionals, and we're looking at UDS as well. But yeah, talk to your stores. If you want to play with just a standard Forbidden Unlimited list, by all means, ask them. And just we wanted to give the chance for you again for stores to have the opportunity to really decide what was best for their local community. So some of the other things that went into the decision that ended up with the adjusted list was what's not generally known but happens all the time. So we have a transitional period between which decks are the considered the top deck, and we have this big debate going on at the time, and this is where we see all the different decks facing off in the higher levels of tournament play. So like you can see, just before the release of Bosch, we had the Magician's deck there, we had Cosmo, we had a couple of other decks that were sort of in there, like Heroes were starting to appear again. And what happened after Bosch came out was that it immediately, the Form Power Pendulum deck became the undisputed best deck in the format. And there was no sort of transitional period where people moved from these other decks slowly over what people were asking the question, what's the best deck? This just absolutely came in, and all the other decks started to disappear completely from higher level competitive play. Something to note is that we didn't even place any restrictions on the Cosmo deck, which was one of the top decks, or some of the other higher level decks, and they still just completely vanished as soon as Pepe appeared on the scene. If we look at what the results from YCS Sydney, we have this deck, the Pepe deck, which was capable of summoning Cyber Dragon Infinity and backing up with 2 to 3 counter traps in its first turn, and this wasn't even the best version of the deck. And you can imagine sitting across from that as just about any other deck. It was extremely difficult. That's the turn 1 play, and you were doing it so consistently. The Pepe deck was by far the most consistent deck in the entire format. Going forward, I do want to emphasise that the adjusted list was for a very exceptional circumstance, and it's not something we considered lightly or are intending to use as a regular balance measure for the competitive side of Yu-Gi-Oh! We honestly still believe the Pepe deck will evolve and continue to be part of the discussion about what's the best deck in the format on the run-up to the Continental Championships in all TCG territories. Even with these restrictions, I understand quite a few of you expressed concerns that the deck was completely unplayable. I believe we're actually going to see that deck comes back up, and we're going to have quite a varied discussion when we come around to Continentals. So I hope that gives you a little bit more information into the insight which led to the decision for the adjusted list. For those of you that are supporting our stream, thank you very much. I hope you can continue to enjoy the coverage for YCS Prague.
Hello guys, and welcome to YCS Prague. I'm here with Zach, who's from the UK.
Hi.
Hey Zach, how's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
So we're looking at the deck that he's playing for YCS Prague, which is?
Phantom Knights.
Yeah, so why did you decide to bring Phantom Knights?
It was fun. I find all the decks kind of boring, they're all very inconsistent, and this is just... I get to play BA basically again, but it's much better.
Okay, so you think it fits your playstyle?
Yeah, I enjoy playing like trap cards and control decks.
Yeah.
Grinding
so big trap lineups.
Yeah, you can OTK people as well, which is great.
Yeah. So there's only 6 Phantom Knight cards out at the moment.
Yes.
So do you want to talk us
through?
No,
there's a few more.
Oh, is there a few more?
Yeah, they're just not great.
Stuff, yeah. So talk us through a little bit about the 6 that you do play.
Yeah.
Talk us a little bit about each one, and just give us a bit of detail as to why you play each one. So start with these monsters.
Yeah.
So the gloves, I understand that gives your monsters a lot of attack points when you exceed someone with it.
Yeah, you XYZ summon a dark monster using it as a material, gets +1000 attack points. They stack as well, so you can get some very big attack monsters to swing over like Cosmo ships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I push the game. It also has, it's technically any copy of the other Phantom Knight cards in your deck, because if it's in your graveyard, you can banish it and send in another copy you need. So It helps sort of find what you're missing.
Yeah, so that's a good time to speak about. So the trap cards, they all have the same effect when they're in the graveyard.
Yeah, all of them can be banished to special summon a Phantom Knight monster in your graveyard, and you can only use that trap effect once a time.
Yeah, but you've got 3 trap cards, so you can use one of each. So you can summon up to 3 from your graveyard.
You get like lots of extra normal summons before you even normal summon a monster.
Yeah, so talking about those, so these cards here kind of provide that in the like the Terratop can do that.
Yeah, you're able to like special summon Terratop and then search either the Tackle-Bug and or the dice. These are sort of almost utility monsters. You rarely ever use this effect at all because it will limit what you can summon afterwards.
Yeah.
But and this effect is actually super relevant, so you never want to forget this in your graveyard. But you're able to start like your turn off making a Dante or one of your break swords before you even normal summon, which is just great.
Yeah, and that's all from one card as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So that's I don't want to say free, but it's
no, it's like Tour Guide 2.0.
Yeah, so if your opponent's going to use some trap card on that, then that's really good for you.
A lot of time people will veil this as well. I mean, if you've naturally drawn like this as well, you kind of blow them up a bit.
Yeah. So talk us through a few of the other cards that you're playing that aren't related to the archetype.
Right. Well, Mathematician is just a solid monster. It sends any of the Phantom Knight cards, so you have access to everything. Ghost Ogre and the Blue Lair are a toolbox with E-Telly. E-Telly is really broken now because of Blue Lair, because you can just play 3 E-Telly and 1 Blue Lair, and Blue Lair will keep recycling itself, so your E-Tellys are never dead. And it just allows you to make a rank 3 and start off your combos and carry on going. Also playing 3 copies of Twin Twister. Most decks don't want to be maining Twin Twister because discarding a card they don't get any value off of it. But in this deck, you can discard any Phantom Knight card and get immediate value. So it's almost a combo piece, allows you to go off, which is great. And I love being able to main it and not being a disadvantage.
Yeah, because obviously a lot of people are side decking it.
Yeah.
And another thing that not a lot of decks do nowadays is play a lot of trap cards. So obviously you can see you've got a lot of your trap cards out here. So talk us through about these 3 in particular.
Well, Emptiness is super solid because you're able to make a Key Beetle, and so you can have a Key Beetle Emptiness lock, which is really, really powerful. And also your Key Beetle can have huge attack points thanks to your gloves. And then you've got the Solemn package as well. Solemn Strike is actually really really a good position right now.
Yeah.
It's only bad against Monarchs.
Yeah.
But against the other 2 decks, it's just extremely powerful.
Especially a big Pendulum summons.
Yeah.
You
need it against Cosmo as well because it can be a big blowout.
Yeah. If they're going to summon a big scary ship, then you need to be able to deal with that. So so talk us a bit more about the Key Beetle. How do you actually play the Key Beetle? So I see a lot of your monsters are level 3.
So all of them are level 3, so the way you do this is by using Break Sword's effect when it's destroyed after it's been XYZ summoned, to target 2 of your Phantom Knights in the graveyard and summon them back and then increase their levels by 1. You can then only summon Dark Monsters afterwards, but that's rarely an issue. So then you're able to go into a combination of Key Beetle or a Dark Rebellion XYZ Dragon, or like many different Evil Swarm monsters, which are pretty cool effects.
Yeah, like Phantos.
Yeah. So Dante is a great way just to get your deck going and put cards in the graveyards.
Yeah.
So you try end with a couple turn 1. One of the issues as well is because you'll be banishing your Phantom Knights to use their effects. Is you might run out of Phantom Knights, but Levier allows you to bring them back and just helps you also extend your combos as well.
Yeah, you can do even more combos because you can just keep getting them back.
Yeah.
And using their
your opponent has to remove the Levier as well, otherwise next turn, which is great because with a combination of your trap cards, you can very easily protect it and keep going off.
Yeah. So all of these have really good protective effects.
Yeah. At first I thought only the Fog Blade was any good and the rest were kind of you run for the banish effects. But the more I kept on playing, I was like, actually their protection and attack boosting effects, this one's a permanent boost, is just extremely, it just blows up people out.
Yeah.
And it makes sort of dealing with Dark Destroyer a lot easier because you can protect your monster from being blown up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I mean, I know it seems kind of crazy, but even just so the gloves and cloak with the sword, they managed to stop Farm Girl attacking over those.
Yeah, I know. That's really good as well because people aren't playing Honest as well because Honest isn't very good.
Yeah.
So you can just sort of catch people off guard, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and just protect those outright.
Yep.
So, many people were saying a lot of traps. Maybe you're going to draw a lot of traps. What do you think about that?
I'm fine with it because you've got stuff like Solemn Strikes, Warnings. You're able to just also the Fog Blade as well. You're able to usually sort of outlast your opponent basically to get to the point where you're drawing your monsters and you're able to make your plays. These also allow you to tend to protect the monster. So if you have to summon a monster and hope it lives for a turn, you're able to do that.
Yep. Which lets you do an XYZ play next
turn. Also, a lot of decks as well, so against Pepe, their hands can vary so much from being good to weak, and a lot of times they'll have meh hands, which you can easily just survive through and just
with all your mitigating trap cards.
Yeah.
And what was one of the big memories from last year?
So on the last day, we all decided to get Chinese buffet because we talked about the entire week. And our friend goes in and is like, guys, I got this right. I'll order all the group stuff, and then you can each order your stuff. So we'll have 2 large ducks, all these dishes. And by the end of the meal, I think we maybe had half of one of the ducks. So basically got to take tons of Chinese food on the train home, which was great.
Yeah. One of the great things about coming to events like this is you get to see all those friends that you don't get to see very often, and you get to do things like that.
No, yeah, like say for this event, I'm in an apartment with like 11 Scots, a bunch of Romanians, and some English people. It's great. It's nice.
Right, well, good luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
And have a nice weekend.
Cheers.
Back to you guys.
It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to Now is the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to duel.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Prague. We're here to talk about Cosmos with
Marvin Weber.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about Cosmos. So we saw them in Rimini. They'd just been starting out with all the new Cosmo cards, and they've got so much better since then, don't you think?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Tin Can. He's the one who you think's the best card in the deck at the moment.
Yeah, Tin Can are the best card in the deck because it push up your graveyard and makes +1 consistency. You can add a lot of Cosmo monsters you want.
Yeah, so it was always kind of tough when you didn't have much access to choosing what Cosmo monsters you wanted in your hand, so that allows you to do that. And there's some really cool combos you can do with getting multiple tin cans out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So you picked out all these cards, and you were going to talk through the reasons. So why did you pick Slip Rider?
Slip Rider are one of the best Cosmo monsters because you can pop up back row from your opponent, or maybe your own one, like Cosmo Town, to resolve Cosmo Town's effect, to search another Cosmo card from your deck.
Yeah. And you can also use it against Pendulum Scales.
Yes, for sure.
So that's
you can pop up every spell trap card.
Yeah. So a card that we've not seen a lot in Cosmos recently is Reasoning. Now, tell us a bit about why you've chosen to play Reasoning.
You need Reasoning for the extra summon in Cosmo, because you got only the normal summons of the small one and not for teleport. And if your opponent plays a lot of traps, you need to summon. Summon.
Yeah. So there's a few decks that are playing quite a lot of trap cards, or even trap tricks for Fleischer, who you can get trap cards from the deck. And you thought that just having 2 ways of summoning per turn isn't enough, so you decided that you wanted to play Reasoning as well as Call of the Haunted. Yep. So so a lot of people are playing Oasis of the Dragon Souls. Why are you playing Call of the Haunted?
You play many copies of Call of the Haunted, like 3, and Oasis like 1, 2, or 3 copies. So you can play 6 Call of the Haunted.
Yeah.
The Call of the Haunted are the best one. It's a better one like Oasis, because you summon the monster in attack position.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
So you can just you can use it even like during your own battle phase to hit them for more damage and things like that. So Solemn Strike is...
You fill up your graveyard with Tin Can.
Yeah.
Like Dark Destroyer or Slip Rider, and Call can summon one of them. You can pop up himself for Farm Girl, or you can pop up with Slip Rider, your Call of the Haunted for Farm Girl. So you can push easy for an OTK.
Yeah, a lot of access to Farm Girl. So you think that Tin Can really has made the deck more consistent?
For sure.
Yeah.
Without Tin Can, you can't play this fun competitive tournament like OICS. I think so.
Yeah. So Cosmojo as well was an introduction of the first trap card for the Cosmo archetype.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
Cosmojo are really good because you can pop your Cosmo monster and banish one card of your opponent. It doesn't target.
Yep.
And the Cosmo monsters resolve and summon another one from the deck. So
yeah, so that's got to be really interesting in the mirror match when you're playing against other Cosmos and you're trying to get rid of those ships. So let's talk a little bit about that last trap card that you put, Solemn Strike. Why is that an important card in your deck?
Solemn Strike, in my opinion, is the card of the format. You need Solemn Strike to win every game. I think so. It is.
Yeah. So
your opponent starts with Solemn Strike. It's really heavy for every deck to push up against Solemn Strike. Yeah.
Yeah. So and with some of the changes, so we don't have Ptolemaeus anymore.
Yeah.
It's become more difficult to summon Cyber Dragon Infinity. Why have you put him here? So your deck has quite good access to that.
Yes. With double Slip Rider, you can easily go for Cyber Dragon Infinity, and Cyber Dragon Infinity are a really good card.
Yeah,
I don't think we must talk about it.
Yeah. So, were you in YCS Prague last year? Were you here in Prague last year?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have a good time?
Yes, for sure. Prague are amazing.
Yeah. So you decided to come back this year.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. Thank you very much for letting us have a look at your deck, and good luck in the tournament.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
We're here with Nadia from Peru. So that's two things that are very uncommon. First of all, we got a girl, and second of all, from Peru.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
I started judging in 2012, I think, and that was in South America.
Okay.
As you know, maybe in South America there are not so many people
tournaments are
judging.
Smaller, right?
Yeah, it's much smaller. But I got into the game.
How did you get into the game?
Oh, because of my boyfriend.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that's normal for a lot of girls. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
In South America, it is.
It's also true for some boys.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not discriminating anybody.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I began with that, and then my boyfriend was judge. He's still a judge until now in South America and Peru. And I liked it. I really liked it that you can learn a lot from the rulings and how the game works and so on. So I decided.
How different was it for you when you started playing and then moving over to judging?
I think the most different thing is how people look at you.
Okay.
Because when I was a player, most of the guys were looking at me, oh, well, she does know nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really like that.
All right.
And I was a little bit like, oh, well, that's too bad.
All right.
But when I was a judge, they were a little bit more scarier. Like, okay, now she might
She's got
know.
authority now.
Yeah, maybe she might know what she's doing now. Okay,
That's
I cannot cheat.
just by switching roles, suddenly people look at you in a different way.
Yeah, it was like that.
That's very That's very interesting to hear. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but maybe that only happened because I was a girl. Because of course at the beginning when I just started judging, most of them they just saw me and thought, well, maybe she's just trying. But after I
it's
showed
kind of mean,
them,
yeah, it's kind of mean. But yeah, you showed them, right?
Yeah, after you show that you can do that,
Yeah.
then okay, they start believing you and there's more respect.
Right.
It's something interesting. And
how did it happen that you start judging in Peru and now you're in Europe and it's been the second or third time you're in our judge team this weekend, I think?
It's the second time.
Second time, yeah. How did that come together?
I'm now studying in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, I decided to change judge programs from the US, the KDA program.
Yeah, the
to
US
here.
takes care of South America as well, yeah?
So now I decided, okay, I will try to apply for Europe because I'm going to stay here 2 years or maybe more.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, that's what's all. Then
how does it work? If I'm new to the judge program,
yeah.
Who do I have to call? Who do I have to write to?
Well, at that time was Julia.
Julia Hedberg?
Julia Hedberg, the one that gave me the address of, I think it's Europe Yu-Gi-Oh events at Konami something.
Right.
She just gave me the link, so
we got it up on the website. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So she gave me the link, and I wrote to, in this case, Adrian Fox. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
And I told my situation that I'm Peruvian, but I was a judge in South America, and I want to apply for the program in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he only asked me for my data, like my name, my COSI, and all those stuff.
Right.
And yeah, that was all.
And was it the first time you applied and you got picked right away?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
well,
steep career basically.
They of course ask you if you made all exams before. So I had all of the requirements.
All right.
So that was it. Okay. And then I got the email to apply to one of the YCS, and that was all.
What's the biggest difference between events in South America and in Europe?
That's a good question. I would say it's the amount of people.
Okay.
First of all, because the YCS I was in South America, that was in Santiago, Chile, was maybe 500 people.
Well, it's still pretty big.
It was still really a lot of people, but here when I was in Bochum, because that was my last YCS, it was 1,000.
More than twice as many.
That was amazing for me.
That makes sense, yeah. And do you also see a difference on the way that players are playing or people are behaving?
Yeah, here is a little bit more interesting because of the countries.
Right.
I really can see the difference between how players interact between each other when they are Germans or when they are Italian or when they're from Spain or English.
Be very careful what you say next. Yeah.
No, I mean they just interact different.
Right. Yeah.
It's the same thing as I'm talking about South Americans.
Yeah. No, it is true. Like I think you can even see that in the judge team. Like we've had some great miscommunication between people just because the gestures are so different.
Yeah.
Like some French judges like to be very reserved, very calm, and then you have an Italian judge who speaks a little bit more with his body as a whole. And he was just instructing the French judge to do something, and the French judge was getting offended by it. It was like, oh, why are you all in my face? And he's like, oh, no, that's just the way I talk. So you can tell the differences between languages.
Yeah, and I must say that is also one of the big differences between Europe and South America. In South America, it's mostly Spanish and Portuguese.
Yeah, so you have to master two languages that are kind of similar.
But it's actually the same.
Yeah.
But here, it really makes a big difference if you know more than two languages.
Right.
It's
you
really
do speak more than one language, or two actually. You speak English?
Yes.
Spanish?
Yes, sir.
Do you speak Portuguese as well?
No, sadly no.
Maybe but you can make sense of it? Okay. And German?
And German, yeah.
Okay, well that's quite impressive. That's actually better than most European judges, which is very funny considering that you're coming from South America.
I'm happy to hear that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope you're going to have fun this weekend as well.
Yeah, I'm
what's your role this weekend?
What?
Your role? What are you doing this weekend?
First day floor C and second day Dragon Duel.
Okay, so you're going to answer lots and lots of questions first, and then on the second day you take care of the smaller duelists.
Yeah, I hope I do it good.
Yeah, I'm going to be certain of it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, and that's it for now.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Your wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to reach you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
All right, so let's take you to the table where we got Denise on the one hand side and Valence Leturtre from France on the other side.
Now they're just rolling their dice to start off with. And we're just letting them know that they're allowed to start. Now that's just a card that's left over from the previous game.
Yeah, and also, yeah, I was so in my in my intro here. Denise just talked to Federico Soppini in Italian prior to the match. So he is hanging out with all the Italian guys. He is Italian, I'm 100% certain. All right, so Italy versus France in the finals. And we see the Dance Princess of the Necros. That was played in the semi-finals feature match that we just saw a second ago.
I did actually force the activation of a Fire Lake of the Burning Abyss quite masterfully.
Right, and both players have showed or revealed their hands to our volunteers that are standing right behind them. And with that, they are free to go. It is time to duel in the finals of YCS Prague. This is the hand of Valence Letertre, who just kicked out Sona Günger. By the way, we had Valence Letertre yesterday in the very last round of Swiss. He was on the bubble, going up against Yusenyu, and he had to overcome an opponent with a deck that he didn't really see that often before. There were 1 or 2 questionable plays, but today he is a different player.
Yeah, completely.
Cheering.
Disassembled professional, and they're just sharing a bit of a laugh.
All right, and here we go. Let's take a look at Denis' hand here. He's got a Manchu, a Senchu, Effect Veiler, Preparation of Rites, Ensure It.
Just informing the players there that they can start the match.
Yes, and well, they have started the match, but it doesn't look that different because thinking is what's happening at the moment.
Okay, so we have Dennis starting now.
Yes. And that's going to be either the Senchu or the Manchu. I think he's going with the Manchu of the 10,000 hands.
Now that's a quite a nice card. Allows you to get either a monster or a spell card, just like Herald of the Arclight there. Now that's a Kaleidoscope he's going for, so he's definitely going to be ready. Now he does have a Preparation of Rites as well, which allows him to go and get one of his ritual monsters there as well. There is no target in the graveyard, but that doesn't matter. He can still go and get his Bryonic. And as usual, dropping the Bryonic straight into the graveyard.
Yeah, he never stays long on the hand. Interestingly enough, our Twitch chat is split down the middle. Both players have amassed an equal number of votes. So it really seems like there is no clear favorite here.
No.
This is the rest of the hand of Denis. Big query.
Now, Shurit is now in the graveyard. And the Kaleidoscope has brought out a Valkyrus. He's just searching there. And I believe he's got a Claw Solus.
Yes.
Claw Solus,
yes,
being
indeed.
a warrior-type monster.
All right. There might be the first of many cuts if he has a few more searches here. Is he going to keep the Claw Solus? No. He's sending it together with his Manchu to the graveyard to draw 2 cards for the effect of Necros of Valkyrus. Such a versatile card, really.
Now, he's leaving a big monster down there as well. He's just setting a Mystical Space Typhoon, which he was just able to draw with his Valkyrus there.
And play is back to Valence for the first time. And unlike yesterday, but like in the semi-finals, he has a good hand to start and, well, shift gears from the very beginning.
Yep, and it has just been stopped dead in its tracks, though, by an Effect Veiler.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in a very long time. Tour Guide being such an important card a long, long while ago, and then players desperately trying to find ways to stop it, and that was when Effect Veiler was at the height of its popularity, I would say. Nowadays, you rarely see your opponent stopping yourself from resolving a Tour Guide. So his field now, the Mind Crush, the Phoenix Wind Blast. That Mind Crush has been crucial in all of the games we've seen so far with him. It's one of the best answers to a Ritual Summon.
It's one of the best answers to any search as well.
Yes.
Mystical Space Typhoon in the end phase, I believe. No, he's thinking about it. I don't think he's going to do it.
Yeah.
Here we go. So here is the Senju.
And also the Denko Sekka in the main deck. So both these players have some cards that are typically being added to the side decks with the Mind Crush and the Denko Sekka in the main deck. So they were expecting those matchups and they came prepared for them.
Ooh, and he's going Phoenix Wind Blast onto the Valkyrus.
Discarding a Skarm.
So what he's thinking there is, maybe if I get that on top of the deck, and then he goes and searches out a monster, I can get rid of it with Mind Crush.
That is very, very likely, I think. And 2 cards remaining in Valence's hand. That's a Mathematician and a Farfa, Malebranche of the Burning Abyss.
So it returns to the top of the deck, and it's also going to be shuffled in because of the search.
Yes.
Very nice play.
So that Book of Eclipse in the back row for Denise in the middle. One of the few cards that he uses for protection, apart from that Valkyrus that we just saw being sent back to the graveyard, back to the deck.
Book of Eclipse. Fantastic. Stopping any sort of gin lock in the mirror match and also adding cards to your opponent's hand. So Trishula will have targets.
All right, now we got 51% of the votes for Denise. So apparently we got a few more Italian fans than we have French fans. Or to put it differently, we have a few more fans of the Necros archetype than we have fans of the Burning Abyss.
But it's still almost equal.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of day 2, Burning Abyss only representing 6% of the field. At this point in time, they represent 50% of the field.
Yes.
Talk about a rise in numbers.
Okay, so here we go. He's drawing his card.
Yes, let's take another look at the hand of Valens.
And
second tour guide.
Second tour guide.
And immediately he summons it to the field. And now there is no more Effect Veiler stopping him from resolving that. There's a Seer bringing out that demon. That's going to bring back something from the graveyard. And he overlays the tour guides.
Into a Dante. Pretty standard play there.
Yes. Sometimes he prefers mech-equipped engineer. But most of the time he likes Dante.
Yeah, at this point, mech-equipped engineer would just be more of a hindrance than a help. He is going to get a Scam effect at the end of the turn. Hopefully he has, well, he should have one more tour guide in deck.
Yes.
Whether he decides to go for tour guide or not, of course, is all of his choice.
Yeah. There's the attack with Dante.
And there's the Book of Eclipse.
That is interesting because it will allow Valens to draw 2 cards. Isn't that too much of a disadvantage for Denise?
Now, there's a Necros of Bionic, and there is a Denko Sekka. So, we're just... maybe he's thinking, maybe I don't have to worry about it because of that. Now, he knows that Bionic is in hand. Now, he's just actually checking.
Yeah, players making sure that they got all of the effects correctly.
So when does the flip happen, when does the draw happen?
Yeah. And there we go. He's first searching for Scam. And yeah, well, I mean, the question asking the judge to make sure that everything is being resolved in the correct order, so important to not mess up your moves. Because Valens just, well, I don't want to say he reached the finals because of that, just because of that, but it was definitely playing a role that his opponent, Sona Günger, did make an illegal activation in the semifinals.
Now, unless, just sorry to interrupt, looking at this, unless he activates that Mind Crush right now, he is going to have a problem. Nope, there is the problem. there is the problem. It's Denko Sekka. It's big.
And also it shuts down the back row of Valens.
And that has also allowed him to flip some of the Manju to be able to go and get himself another ritual monster.
But Valens did draw for the Book of Eclipse. So now his hand, he's got a fresh hand really with Mathematician, a Farfa, a Tour Guide, a second copy of Mathematician, and an Upstart Goblin. All right, so let's bring up Denko Sekka. A card that first made big waves in London and in Milan.
Yes, back when it came out in the new Challengers.
So Denise searching for that Manchu, a Senshu of the 1,000 hands, not of the 10,000 hands.
So this one only has enough hands to be able to reach a monster.
Yeah. It's also quite interesting that you...
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Prague 2016, the XL edition of YCS Prague, with almost 1,000 players showing up. Last round, we had an exciting match between Marcello Barberi, one of Europe's finest players, who again showed that on the stream, tearing through a Cosmo deck with a 2-0 clean victory.
Yeah, it was really, really good. He's just built it to I want to say to perfection, not in the literal sense, but he's really just cut everything that is unnecessary and just playing all the good cards.
Right.
Instead of
very straightforward approach by Marcello. And how was the interview after the match?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, he was telling us about some of his strategies, and we were talking about during the tournament, staying hydrated and things like that. And obviously, he gave us
some advice apart from like how to play
not just the deck as well. Yeah, talking about the deck, and then he gave us some beard advice as well.
Right. He did have.
Yeah, he gave us some good beard advice.
See, there you go, guys, because you've been asking for this.
It's a lifestyle choice, apparently.
Okay, well. Okay, in this round, if we could bring that up quickly, we got Shun Cheung, who is playing Cyber Dragon Monarchs, not just the standard version of Monarchs. Yeah. He's also playing Cyber Dragons. If we could have his player history on the stream, please. That would be great. And there you can see how his first 4 rounds today have been going. He's undefeated at this point.
Yep.
As you can tell, because his opponent is always grayed out. So he's been... on
a rampage.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, first round, Mustafa Polat playing one of the other decks, so some rogue deck that we don't have in our top category. Second round, Aris Banias, Draco Performapal. Third round, Alessandro Perone, also Draco Performapal. For Robin Bautz in the fourth round. We don't know exactly what he's been playing, but it definitely looks like he has been on a rampage. And he seems to be prepared for the Draco Performapal matchup, which is what Michele Antonini is playing, his opponent. Let's try to bring that up for you guys. Here you go. We are missing his round 3 result for some reason. But he's, of course, also undefeated. And he has been playing the mirror match, going up against Mermails, going up against Monarch, and now against Monarch again for the second time in a row.
Yeah.
So very successful players, these two, which brings me, because we have an UK player and we have a player from Italy. Let's bring that up for you guys. That is the country breakdown at the start of the day. And now, after we've been playing a couple of rounds, we can bring you the country breakdown for this round. So don't blink.
That's after, yeah. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
4.
So it looks like everybody, like every country has been losing players in a roughly equal amount, I would say.
Yeah.
If you want to compare once more, let's go back to round 1. Well, Italy, 98 Italians. Round 5, 91 Italians. So only 7 Italians drop.
Yeah.
Very successful. So relatively speaking, Italy went up in numbers. Germany, on the other hand, from 368 down to just 300 in the last round. 64, excuse me. What about the UK? We started with 85 players, and in this round, we got 59. Also dying like the flies.
Yeah, losing quite a few UK players. I spoke to a few of them between the rounds, and yeah, they were telling me that they're going to go do the public events. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the reason for that? Did they have any clear?
Well, one of them just shouted wavering eyes at me for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So that was.
So he was terrified of that card.
Yeah. He lost a few games to that card, and then that was it for him.
All right.
But I think it just, a few unlucky games.
Well, chances are, at the end of the day, Italy is continuing to grow in relative numbers.
Yeah.
These players have always been done extremely well at the past few events. Wouldn't surprise me today. So, looking at these statistics, there's a very good chance that Michele Antonini is going to come out on top.
If you think about it like that.
Yeah, but let's see if Sean Cheung can actually best the trend and show us what he can do with his Cyber Dragon Monarch. With that, let's take you to the table where these two guys are already, all prepared to get their game on.
Yeah.
And there are a couple other choices that are interesting in Shun's deck that caught your interest, right?
Yeah. So he's playing Cyber Dragon Monarchs, and obviously that's not just Cyber Dragon, but you can see the other card. So Galaxy Soldier as well. So that provides him quite easy access to Cyber Dragon Infinity, which we know is one of the reasons that the Pepe deck got really kind of cut down, because of the easy ability to just use Ptolemaeus to get the Cyber Dragon Infinity out. But the good thing with making it with real level 5 monsters is that you get to keep a lot more material on it, which makes it a lot stronger.
Right.
But it is tougher to make, obviously, with it being level 5 monsters.
Here's one of the most explosive starts we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And with Michele Antonini dropping his hand just with a bottomless trap hole in hand remaining, and I don't think that card's going to stay there for much longer.
No.
Everything on the table after just like 10 seconds, basically.
Yeah, that's really aggressive opening play there.
And is that the right strategy? for the Draco Performable deck? Do you always want to empty your hand on the very first turn?
I don't see any reason why not to in this particular matchup, I guess, because you want to get all your stuff out while you still can.
Do you think he knows what matchup he's in?
I don't think so. Maybe a lot of people were talking about Shun's deck before, and we just, we didn't really know about that. But yeah, I guess we're going to see if it pans out from here. So let's have a look at Shun's hand. Shun doesn't have any kind of board clearing ability, so that's not going to be a worry for him. So we do have Patheism, Cyberdragon. He does have the correct stuff in hand, mostly to make a Cyberdragon Nova and up there into infinity. But we'll see, because the bottomless trap hole is obviously going to stop him there, and a Solemn Strike as well, which was drawn from Lizard Draw.
Yeah,
that's quite lucky.
Wow,
to draw a trap card off of Lizard Draw.
At the moment, Michele is actually on 13th place in the tournament. I have to scroll a little bit more, I guess, until I find Shun. But at this point, he's 36, so not too bad.
Yeah.
Both of these guys very well on their way to lock themselves up for day 2 of competition.
Yep. So great play here. He managed to get Zephyros into the graveyard and then summoning Zephyros back by putting Monkey Board back in his hand, which is meant to be a cost, but it isn't, because you get to use your Monkey Board again, which is really, really good. Which just sets up your scales straight away by going and searching for another scale for the other side.
Right. So Michele is still not done with his opening turn. His field is just continuing to improve.
Yeah. But so let's have a quick look. So he's not actually playing any big board wipe cards like Dark Hole or Regeki in the main deck. Those are all reserved in his side deck.
Yeah, speaking of side and extra deck, some players on the chat were like, oh, it looks like he is playing an extra deck as a Monarch player.
Yep.
And yes, indeed, he is.
Yeah, a lot of Cyber Dragons in there. Cyber Dragon Infinity, Cyber Dragon Nova. He's also playing Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon, Panzer Dragon, and a Chimera Tech Rampage Dragon. That's a newer card. But more importantly here, we see a Giant Hand being placed on the field here. So that's the prize card version of Giant Hand. I think one of the judges has spotted something here.
Right, and they're just making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's really confusing. You think that the judge is making a mistake when, in fact, we've seen that earlier when the player just didn't activate a card.
Yeah.
Even though it seemed to make perfect sense to activate a card.
Yeah.
All right, so with Performapal Monkey Board in hand...
Yeah, that's going to complete his scales if he needs to next turn.
Yeah, Michele Antoni passes play.
Yeah, as well as a very, very strong board here.
Right.
So firstly, he's going to have to grind through these back row. And then he's going to have to deal with a Giant Hand. And then he's going to have to make something that's bigger than 2850.
So how do you do that? It seems like too many questions the opponent has been asking.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that Shun has that many answers?
So we're going to see him definitely be able to bait out one of the back rows in Bottomless Trap Hole by summoning the Cyber Dragon, I think. Okay, so he's just revealing that he has 3 Prime Monarchs there.
Mm-hmm.
So that was with Patheism's effect, which is a good thing for him to have, because he can send that to the graveyard with Galaxy. So Shun here is playing Tenacity of the Monarchs, so he can show his Kuraz. He's going to go get another Patheism. That's surprising. Galaxy Soldier to summon Galaxy Soldier. And obviously you want that in a Monarch Stormforth.
Yeah. And of course some guys are like, oh wow, I would love to play this deck, but I don't have a Giant Hand. How important is that card for this deck?
Well, Giant Hand's actually being released very soon in the Gold Series set. So people can get their hands on it there and then.
Get their hands on a Giant Hand.
Yeah. Yeah, so we just see him drawing more cards here, just looking for some answers to this very strong lock.
Another good question. What did he target with the Master Key Beetle? I think it was the trap hole?
It's hard to say because he set both traps at the same time.
I think he did set the bottomless trap hole in the middle first.
Did he? Oh, right, okay.
I'm not 100% sure, I'm afraid.
Okay.
What would be the better choice?
Probably Strike. Strike's stronger than Bottomless. So keeping Strike safe is probably better.
But you can mind trick your opponent by putting it on that card. So your opponent is like, okay, the other card is not that good. And then, well, it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a bit of trickery going on there. So obviously you have to read a giant hand. It's not every day that you see one. So this is the play I thought he was going to do. You know, Cyber Dragon and then pitch Prime Monarch for Galaxy Soldier. Oh, he let that go through. That's really surprising. Maybe not. I guess he can just bottomless trap hole the
whatever comes
that
next.
Exceeds summoned. Yeah. Yeah. He's just going ahead and let's just get rid of that giant hand straight away. So that's interesting. I was expecting him to try and extend into if it happens to be like Pleiades or something. I don't know. You know. But okay, well, that's unexpected. Back rows out of the way because obviously there's two strong back rows there.
Right.
If you extended a little into there to get those back rows. So the Prime Monarch here, I think it must be level 5 for him to be able to exceed some.
Yeah, Pleiades is coming out.
Yeah.
And so far...
Yeah, so that's a great move. So Pleiades is the better choice because you want to try and get rid of that Key Beetle. And yeah, so
Solemn Strike was the one,
was the Key Beetled.
Which is supposedly the better move.
Yeah, I think so.
Unless you want a mind trick. But yeah that's questionable. But
yeah,
then
definitely.
again, it's coming from me, so that makes sense. All right, 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 more cards in hand, indeed. I stand corrected.
So we're still yet to see a normal summon.
It's interesting. Basically, Shun has lost a single card so far, but he's already gotten rid of 2 cards of his opponent. So that's a good start for him.
That's a very good start.
And
so he sees a Panzer Dragon here. Now, Panzer Dragon's very interesting. So he's, you may question why is he summoning this in main phase 2. Few reasons. He may be trying to use that for an Exceed summon, but when Panzer Dragon's destroyed by instant fusion in the end phase, Panzer Dragon allows you to destroy a card on the field, which is really good.
Yeah.
And obviously it looks really awesome as well. It's just it's like a dragon with a wrench coming out of it. Oh no, it's not. It's a little gun coming out of its mouth.
Yeah.
Looks pretty cool.
It's very unique.
I like Panzer Dragon.
Yeah, one can tell. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's like a little tank-looking dragon dude. It's pretty nice.
All right, then also Galaxy Soldier.
Yep. So
it's just not that cool, I guess, but
he's nice. He's nice as Galaxy Soldier. He's a big 5-star monster. He replaces himself when he gets summoned, which is fantastic. You just get to go get another one from your deck to your hand, which is really nice. Right. So I don't think there's going to be much more to be done here.
Right, you got a second instant fusion, a Maxi, and the return of the Monarchs.
Yeah.
Like, it really doesn't look like there's much else happening.
Yeah, I think he's going to summon this Galaxy Soldier. I'm surprised. Oh, no, he did, didn't he? He got rid of that. I'm surprised that if this doesn't get bottomless, or at least he could wait for Cyber Dragon Nova and bottomless the Cyber Dragon Nova. But definitely, I would be very surprised if we don't see bottomless trap hole played this turn.
Right.
Very surprised. Yeah, so as I said, you go get your Galaxy Soldier again. So, people see the send the card to a graveyard as a bit of a cost, and it is indeed, but, you get another one to replace it, and you get the one on the field, so there's no minus there at all.
Yeah. It seems too good to be true, almost.
Yeah, that's a very good card. So, he decided not to bottomless the Galaxy Soldier, and he's going to go into Nova here. And then question mark if Nova's fine. So nope. He's going to read his own Nova. He's questioning whether he gets Nova's effect, because when Nova is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you get to special summon. I think it's just a machine fusion from your extra deck for just no cost. You just summon it.
Right.
Actually, some of the guys who were playing Cosmo from the UK were playing this. So Cyber Dragon Nova, and if people were striking Cyber Dragon Nova, it gets its effect. And then they were playing Cyber End Dragon for use with Cyber Dragon Nova.
If somebody wasn't aware of this effect, yeah.
Yeah. Because you have space in Cosmo's extra deck.
So yeah, very good strategy actually.
Yeah, no reason not to.
All right. See, also playing Magna Liga and Red Layer is one of the questions I just saw on the stream.
He's not playing any of the Super Quantum cards. And what was the other card that was being asked?
Red Layer and Magna Liga. Magna Liga? Interesting enough.
No, he's not playing Magna Liga either.
Yeah, it was a good start for Shun, but then he kind of got caught by that bottomless trap hole.
Yeah, I mean, if either of those trap cards weren't there, I mean, he got so lucky getting the strike off of Lizard Rocks. If either of those trap cards weren't there, then we'd see an Infinity sat on the board right now, which is, pretty good. I think Shun's going to have a hard time having a hard time getting another turn here because of the amount of pendulum summoning that we're going to see.
Yeah, it really looks like Michele is going to be able to flood the field.
Yeah.
Is that going to be it already? Is it going to be enough damage?
20, 25, and then 2850, that's like 5, 350. So we only needs 2, 650.
Well, in any case, it's a very big swing.
Yeah.
This looks like enough.
No. Well, Master Pendulum.
He did drop the Max C, though.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough.
Shun. So he did draw into something else, I think. But Domain of the True Monarchs is not going to be that helpful.
No, I bet he wish he had that turn 1.
Neither.
I don't think Lizard Draw's got a lot of attack. I think it's only got about 800 attack. Well, that should still be enough, I guess. That's exactly enough.
No, Lizard Draw has 1,200.
Oh, does it? Oh, I knew it was low.
Vector Pendulum 1,000.
1,000. Yeah, so that is enough.
1850.
This is enough here.
Yeah. Wow. That's on his second turn, Michele Antonini.
Yeah.
Throwing everything on the table.
Yeah, definitely.
Still going through something. I'm not sure if that's necessary, to be honest.
I think Shun might just be holding off to see as much information as he can.
Yeah, and he should. Like, why would you just wrap things up when you can see, okay, my opponent is playing some special super secret technique card or something?
Yeah.
And also, one thing that always makes me raise my eyebrow is when somebody is defeated and then he shows his face down cards. And he's like, oh, look at this. I got all these cards that they weren't helping. And the opponent's like, yeah, and now I know that they won't be helping in the second game because I'm prepared for them.
Yeah, exactly. So this might not be game. Because if I remember correctly, he does have the trap card, the Monarch trap card in his grave. So he can just summon that. Summon that back.
That's an excellent
point.
point.
We'll see.
But Michele is not... It doesn't look like he's going to attack anytime soon.
No, he's still going. I think he's just going to do one more. Okay, so he's going to force the activation of the trap.
Yeah. And I think that's a smart play again.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
With this Abyss Dweller. First he draws a card for Maxi, and now he's going for it. Yeah. Trap is coming back.
He has to. That's going to come out in defense mode, and then he can just use the Draco Slayer Synchro's effect to shuffle it away.
And that should be it.
And then normal summons Ariadne.
Yeah, that's it. There's a little bit of a handshake. Not that common, because some people mistake the handshake for a way of saying, like, good match rather than good game.
Yeah.
And, that was the first game already with Michele Antonini.
Yeah.
Defeating Shun Cheong. So Italy 1, UK 0. And I really want to know what's the reason for Italy being this strong in these larger tournaments.
Yeah, I think they just have a very large player base.
Yes, but I think for them it's more quality over quantity, to be honest. So? I mean, they have a lot of players, but you got 98 showing up and 93 are still in competition. That's a very good quota.
Yeah. Oh no, I think the sheer amount of like good ideas that they have about decks and things like that, and just their deck building is quite solid.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's no reason to question those guys at deck building.
Maybe it's also that they are working like as one unit, as one single unit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What do you think is the case in the UK?
I'm glad. It's one of those things where I kind of 50% always want to talk about it, and then sometimes I don't. I think recently there was quite a big movement in the UK to try and
get the UK on top, yeah?
Get on top, yeah.
Yeah.
I was kind of keeping involved with that a little to see what was going on.
It's always kind of funny when you see Jake Quincy flying to the US, for example, like a month ago or something like that. I think it was in Atlanta. And he's like, I'm going to take this home for the UK. And at some point it almost feels like it's turned into a running gag. With, I mean, I'm not trying to make fun. I'm just like pointing at the facts. I know they hurt, guys. But he's like, yes, this one for the UK. And everyone's like, yeah, maybe. Not so sure about that. Yeah, I don't know.
Recently,
what was the last UK champion at a YCS? Was that back in Brighton?
Yeah, I think it was Brighton.
That's a couple of years
Was Sheffield? Did we have one at Sheffield as well?
I'm not sure. I might look that up. While you might want to have a look at the side decks if there's anything interesting there.
Well, I'll finish telling you about the UK movement. So yeah, a lot of the UK players tried to get together, and a lot of these guys, represent them teams and things like that. We were trying to get a team together to share ideas and things like that, and it just got to the point where all the people who kind of really had worthwhile ideas to share didn't want to share them.
Okay.
And it just, and everyone kind of has their own subcultures in the UK. Like the Scottish guys always stick together, the guys from down south always stick together, and it doesn't seem to be like we've managed to get.
I mean, it's kind of obvious that the UK are not really team players because they also want to get out of the European Union.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Yeah.
No, but in fact, we have 2 UK champions. One of them was Matt Collins back in 2010 for YCS Milan, winning with Plant Synchro. And then, of course, Ping Xiao. I think the correct order would be Xiao Ping, actually, who won with Dino Rabbit back in Brighton. And that was in 2011. So, yes, long time no UK champion.
Oh, was that not? Oh, no, that wasn't.
That was it, yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Thanks, Ollie.
Yeah, sorry for crushing your spirit.
Right, well, let's talk about these side decks now, shall we?
Yes.
So, we see Anti-Spell Fragrance coming straight out here from... I feel confused.
You feel confused?
Yeah, the Draco Pal players just played Anti-Spell Fragrance.
That's not something we see every day.
No, that seems crazy. Does he realize he can't play his own pendulum cards now? Oh, here we go. Yep, going in. That's it. That's what we're going to see for the rest of the game.
Beatdown?
Him going in, yeah. He's only got to hit him 5 times. I'm
You're
really
shocked,
like,
yeah.
I'm really
I feel like, Houston, we got a problem. We just lost Luke.
I don't really know what to say about this because
it's very unconventional.
Yeah,
is one way to put it.
I think Shun should just flip a Mask of Restrict up right now and have it done with. Like that'd certainly make things less confusing. Yeah, I don't get it.
All right.
So I think the strategy here might be that just playing Anti-Spell Fragrance slows them down enough for you to be able to just play Beatdown, and you have a lot of good Beatdown monsters. I don't know. I'm plucking at straws here.
It doesn't sound like you're very convinced, to be honest.
No, I really don't know what's happening here. Anyway, right, so let's try and evaluate Shun's hand a little bit more.
Yes.
So he's got the Prime Monarch, which he can use to get his tribute summons going. He's got the Monarch Stormforce set, which is obviously fantastic. He just needs to get a monster that he can use a single tribute for, which I think he has. Yeah. Yeah, he can do that and then get Prime Monarch back, and then he can tribute something for Erebus. And
yeah,
I think it's fine just to
it doesn't seem like Shun is under a lot of. He's not having a lot of problems because of his anti-spell fragrance so far.
Yeah, but he's still gonna not have a lot because Solemn Warning's gonna stop the summon of. Oh, okay, there we go. Yep. So Ether's gonna come out. Maybe. Oh, no, okay, this is getting Solemn Warning. Yeah. Okay. I was going to say Ether's effect would be useful right now, but yeah, that's... So, still, we're in a very simple game state right now. That's what it's called. It's called the simplified game state. That's just what it's called. So, Mikhail is just going to probably summon his Pendulum Sorcerer, or if he draws a bigger monster, then he's going to summon that instead. And then that's it. He's just going to keep attacking, trying to get his opponent's life points down.
Yeah, vanilla beatdown.
Yeah, very simple game state.
All right, and we got a Lizard Draw and Pendulum Sorcerer.
Yeah, and I think he's got one more card that he just drew for turn. So yeah, that's Pendulum Sorcerer, and he's just going to attack. I don't think there's anything else to be said about it. He's just going to attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he's...
it works well so far.
Yeah,
it's just...
It's a good strategy to simplify the game state in certain matchups, and it seems to be working for him right now.
We just don't expect this to last, right?
No. So there's a strike.
There's a solid strike. It's also kind of lucky that he does throw into those counter traps.
Yeah. Considering he only plays, like, 5 trap cards. He's seen 2 of them already.
Yeah, and maybe it's a strategy of confusing your opponent. I mean,
yeah,
that could be possible. But no, for the time being, it does work for Michele Antonini. He continues to bring the beat down, with Shun not really having any way to fight back so far.
Yeah. I think he's going to have to somehow get another spell card in the grave. So he's got Patheism set, so he's going to be able to do that.
Yeah, next turn he's going to activate that.
If he's got... he's got Return of the Monarch, so he can discard that. That's good.
And there's a second copy of Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Oh, is it?
Not that useful for Michele.
No. So Patheism discarding the Return of the Monarchs there. Let's see if he's got some cards to back this up after drawing.
He does have
domain. At most, he's going to be able to summon Kuraz here. But, you know, Kuraz is going to get hit by Solemn Strike. This tactic's surprisingly working right now.
Yeah, I think that was exactly the way that Michele was planning it.
Yeah, no, this is a perfectly legitimate strategy. It's just really hard to analyze when you've got such a strategy, because it's pretty much just attack.
But yeah, you also have to draw all the Solemn cards, though.
Yeah, that was really lucky on his part.
Because like when he first activated it, he had 1. He had Solemn Warning.
Yeah.
But that was it. But
so yeah,
then every turn, he just drew into a second Solemn card.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is there anything else coming? For sure.
I don't think so. He should have another spell engrave though. So he's going to be able to block with the trap card, I think. Yeah, I think he's got 1 more spell engrave, so yeah, I can see a spell. He's going to be able to block with the trap card.
Yeah, okay, so he's not out of this yet.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't set Domain of the Monarchs. It's a field spell.
Yeah.
Maybe he was confused and didn't want to set it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he ended already, to be honest.
Yeah, the only reason I thought he did is
maybe he's still able to do it. But no, actually he did end because Michele drew into another card.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah, that was Shun just having a look at his graveyard thinking, I got really unlucky here. He's seen 3 of the Solemn Toolkit out of his 5 trap cards that he main decks. It's not like, the thing is, he's not like he's like side decking like Mirror Force or whatever to back up the beatdown. He's just.
It's not like he can really commit to this interesting strategy. It seems like he's just throwing them in, the anti-spell fragrances, and then he sees how it goes after that.
What's strange is I don't actually think it's made that much of a difference.
Yes, Maxi.
It's not made that much of a difference, the having the anti-spell fragrance, because Shun just hasn't really had much to do anyway. It's just been Solemns that have dealt with what he had.
Yeah.
The anti-spell fragrance was just really confusing.
Kind of hindering both players equally.
Yeah, but well, Michele really like a lot more than Shun.
Oof, that really hurts for Shun, to be honest, because that's like one of the weirdest ways to give a game away.
Yeah, I think he still has the he can
he
still
does
block.
have it. Yeah,
he can block with the Prime Monarch. I think it's got 2400 defense, so that's not going anywhere. However, he's obviously going to be fearing, is that the last Solemn Strike set there?
Yeah. Well, we know, of course, it's the second copy of Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's...
So we can see an overlay happen here. He's probably going to try and deal with that Prime Monarch so that he doesn't have anything to tribute. Yeah, so he's got a Traptrix Reflacia.
Yeah, but the good news is, of course, that Shun is going to see another turn.
Yeah. That Traptrix Reflacia is going to going to play basically. You can play trap hole cards from your deck by detaching a material. That's what Reflection does.
Right.
So he still has bottomless trap hole in his deck.
Right.
So you can just detach one and then bottomless. It basically, whenever the trigger would be met for one of your trap cards, you can use its effect.
And there's Tenacity of the Monarchs.
Yeah. Ooh, that's interesting. He could go and search for, search for Monarch Stormforth. So then he can Stormforth the Trap Tricks Reflection, and then summon Ether during his opponent's turn.
That sounds like one of the best strategies I've seen so far.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be his best bet, to be honest.
This game is very unconventional. This is definitely not what we were having in mind. I mean, we were expecting that it goes kind of crazy thanks to Cyber Dragon Monarchs, which is not your usual Monarch build.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of any of the Cyber Dragon stuff now.
But the way this has been playing out is completely unexpected.
So hold on, he's got another card. What was it? Okay, Draco Face Off.
Draco Face Off, yeah.
I thought if that was going to be bottomless, that was going to get really sad.
Yeah, that would be really, really sad.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's super
So Shun needs to go for it?
Yeah. So there's no reason. I don't think there's any reason to do it during his opponent's turn. Like summon Ether, there's no reason to do that. He can just hold out. And then I think if he Monarchs... I think he's going to do it during his opponent's turn, actually.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah.
I think he didn't draw yet.
Yeah, so we'll see.
That's definitely a very good way to get rid of the Rafflesia.
Yeah, so he's actually summoning Erebus. So he's going to use Erebus' effect. He's going to think, what? I'm allowed to resolve cards?
Yeah. How come you didn't draw yet another Solemn card?
Yeah. So he's going to send two of his Monarch spell traps to the graveyard. And then he's going to be able to send away his opponent's cards.
And I think that's actually one of the other copies of Anti-Spell Fragrance that he hit right there.
Yes, yeah. So he's just got Draco Face Off set right now, which can only be used to special summon a Draco Slayer monster because of the way that the Anti-Spell Fragrance interacts with the zones.
Right.
So here we go. He's going in now. He's got Instant Fusion as well, and he's going to scoop it up.
Yeah. Wow. Excellent comeback from Shun Cheung. Standing with his back against the wall against an Anti-Spell Fragrance and, more importantly, a couple of Solemn cards. But he does find a way out.
That's really confusing.
That was one of the weirdest games we've seen. Many of you were like, okay, this game is over, right when he flipped the Anti-Spell Fragrance. That's far from the truth. The game continued over a couple more turns, but in the end, it was Shun Cheung who was able to tie the score with one game victory each. That's basically meaning we're starting from scratch.
Yeah.
That's equal distribution of victories. And for the second time and the last time, it's going to be up to the side decks to decide a winner in this game.
Yeah. The chat actually identified that he must have passed to his next turn because Stormforth couldn't have been played because of anti-spell. Anti-spell makes it so you have to stay on for a full turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, he must have gone. We just didn't see him draw, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, but either way.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
Either way. Yeah.
All right. Maybe the app just took a little longer to load the next card in.
Yeah, when we were watching, yeah.
Seems like there's not that much siding in.
No, I think
side taking going on for Michele Antonini. I don't know if he exchanged any cards, to be honest. So there is a chance that we're going to see the Anti-Spell Fragrance again.
Yeah.
Which is really, really odd.
Yeah. I wonder who he's going to pick to go first. I kind of think he's going to go first. And the reason for that is because that Shun is playing very much I'm going to make Cyber Dragon Infinity, and you're going to do nothing about it. That's the strategy that he's using. So that's obviously really, really good first turn.
Yes.
So it's it's kind of interesting. We'll see who Michele decides to go first.
Yeah, will you want to go first?
I think he's going to want to go first. If he's keeping in the anti-spells as well.
Yeah. Those are a lot more useful when you're going first.
Yeah. So let's see how the hands pan out here. That's rough. Shun's drawn 2 copies of the Prime Monarch. He only plays 3. Yeah, so Michele went first.
Did you say he only plays 3?
He plays, yeah.
He only plays, the maximum amount?
The maximum three copies of the Prime Monarch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really should have been playing 4.
Should have been playing 4. For consistency, you know?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so he's got a second donkey as well. Hopefully he's going to be able to get that off.
It would have been amazing if he won with anti-spell fragrance.
Yeah.
I just have to say it. What does it do to your mindset? I mean, either Michele is one of these guys who clearly doesn't really care about what others think about the way he's playing.
Yeah, his strategy.
Yeah, or he was trying to impress a couple of guys with this move, and that kind of backfired here.
Yeah, it's one of those things. So like people always refer back to the Royal Oppression Black Wings format, where you'd do all your special summoning, or even Dad Return and stuff. You do all your special summoning, and then flip up your oppression and be like, right, we're both allowed to use oppression, but I've got all my stuff out.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead, and that's kind of I think how he wanted to play it. He wanted to, do some stuff, then play into spell fragrance, and be like, right, well, I'm fine. I'm all set up. I'm all set. You have fun doing what you're doing.
Yep.
But obviously that didn't pan out here. So he summons the second donkey. So the second donkey, very cute donkey card.
Are there a lot of those? Is that a category?
It's a performer pal. They all look pretty cute.
Yeah. Okay.
So when it's normal summon or special summoned, you can send a performer pal monster from your deck to the grave, except a second donkey. And then if you've got 2 cards in your pendulum zones, instead you can just add it to your hand, which is fantastic. And straight up here we've just seen
another solemn
warning.
Yeah. If the card is if the card name features solemn, chances are Michele did draw into it.
And there's anti-spell fragrance again.
Yep.
So he's just going to set his whole.
So like we said, he didn't really take a lot of time accessing his side deck in between games.
But as we said before, he managed to do what we thought, which is set up. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
He's got all his scales. He doesn't need to set any more spell cards. And now he's just going to be able to go absolutely bonkers all over this field.
In the background, I could just hear that the main event, time has been called in the round.
Yeah.
But our match started a little bit later.
Yeah.
And by a little bit, I mean quite a bit.
Yeah. We're still looking to finish pretty soon, though.
At least 5 more minutes, more likely like 10 more minutes, to be honest. Didn't feel like it was already 30 minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't actually. That first game must have taken a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's an interesting matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is, yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun, Ollie.
And we are having fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, so 4 face downs for Shun. Let's just recap this. Instant Fusion, Prime Monarch, Raigeki, the Prime Monarch. The second copy of it.
Yeah.
Not good news.
Not the 4th.
Yep. Either the Heavenly Monarch in his hand, not doing anything at this point in time. On the other side of the field, we got Michele Antonini with Draco Face of Performer Pulse Second Donkey in his hand. And slightly more impressive field with all of these cards.
Yep. So he's going to normal summon the second donkey. I think he pendulumed the first one. So he's going to be able to summon the second donkey. And he's going to add a pendulum wizard to his hand. Yeah, so I think he already pendulum summoned the second donkey, but I'm not too sure. But he can just extend right now all the way into these 4 back rows.
Although he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he's got to take the chance.
He can suspect that those are all spell cards, or most of them are spell cards. Yeah. But you never know.
No, you don't. But I think he can extend his combo in such a way where it doesn't matter if they're trap cards. It's kind of good if they are, because he can just extend like into some other exceed plays, and just really try and bolster his field, because of even if it is back row, it's just getting rid of it. He needs to get rid of it at some point.
Yes, I know that a lot of players are just responding, this card is no longer good enough, but how come that Torrential Tribute is not a good card at the moment when you look at this?
Well, I guess it's because it's a trap. It's really slow. People play Dark Hole and Raigeki. They're faster.
Yeah.
You get the job done much more quickly.
All right. And what about Mirror Force? Same logic applies.
Trap card. It's really, really slow.
It's a trap card.
Yeah.
Keep away with your traps.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, even the Prime Monarch, the only reason it's played is because of its graveyard effect.
Yes.
That's the only reason.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, oh no, it's great. It's a really great card for the Monarch archetype. So let's see how much he decides to do here. Oh, he's just going to attack with everything. So I think second donkey's got 1,000 attack. Yeah, 1,000 attack points. That's 2,000 for the two donkeys, 1,800 for the Skullcrabat Joker, and 2,300 for the King of Feral Imps.
Yep. Or in other words,
so that's
it's a lot.
71 or 61. 61, yeah.
Yep, because only 1,900 life points remain for Shun.
Yeah.
Not looking good again.
Yeah, however, he does have the Regeki. So yeah, he's definitely not wanting any Prime Monarch shenanigans right now. Yeah, so he's going to be able to flip up the Regeki, which is the first step into recovery here. That was really weird. He flipped that card up really weirdly.
Almost like a trap.
Yeah. You triggered my trap card.
Yeah. But no, that is not what happened. It is Shun's turn.
Yeah. So he actually drew into a Max C. That's really, really rough. That could have been really useful last turn.
Yeah. The UK players were hoping for something else.
Yep.
Not rough.
Yeah. So he's going to play his Max C now. Not Max C, sorry.
His Panzer Dragon.
His Panzer Dragon. Instant fusion into Panzer Dragon. That's what I was thinking. He's going to set his Max C. And then Panzer Dragon is going to destroy one of the scales. So that stops any further plays by any further pendulum plays by Mikhail here. And yeah, that should be it.
Yep.
So that was Draco face off as well. So yeah, that was quite a long game. That was quite a long game.
What a match! Yes.
Yeah.
Very close to timeout in this game.
Yeah, very close.
Very interesting resolution with Michele Antonini actually winning with an anti-spell fragrance.
Anti-spell fragrance in Draco Pals.
Yeah, that's unheard of.
Yeah, that was just, I got stunned for a moment.
Did anybody mention this to you? Hey, I got a hot take.
No. I've not heard
fragrance?
anyone talking about this, but it's never out of the question. Whenever there's any kind of floodgate card that's good in against a deck, putting it in that deck, doing all your stuff, and then playing it is pretty good.
Right. I mentioned this earlier. Shun Cheung was 36 at the start of this round.
Yeah.
So he's certainly not moved into the top 32 of this tournament. Maybe we can show you guys the other players that are very close to this so-called cut-off point at the 32nd place. Let's take a quick look at the pairings, if that's okay. There we go. You see that little, not exactly invisible, but that little line between 32, 33. This is the magic border, so to speak, where everybody who's on top of that border is going to be happy, and everybody below that border is not going to be that happy.
Yeah, going to have a really sad time.
And we know a couple of these guys. Themistoklis Dützis, mostly just going by the name Themis.
Yeah.
Because it's a little bit easier for us.
Yeah.
Simone Falanga, I remember that name.
Yeah,
definitely
I remember that name as well.
Top 32 or something at one point.
Yeah. Eugen, obviously.
Yeah, Eugen Heid, of course, former European champion. And I think even Jacob Melander, I think we also had him before.
Yeah, he's really famous in our, well, I say really famous, in the UK for playing Heroes. Everyone always goes on about him playing Heroes.
Yeah. And then if you look at the next page, these guys, same record, also 4 wins. So very much on top of the field, just worse tiebreakers.
Is it Umut?
Yeah, Umut Serin, of course, one of the guys that we know. Frédéric Lanoy, I remember seeing him before.
I recognize Adrian Koch as well.
Yeah.
Can't remember where from, though.
And let's bring up yet another page. So you got some more live pairings. Oh, we can go 2 down. Kevin Semlali.
Ruben Lima.
And Ruben Lima, yeah. We had these guys before in the feature match. Lorenzo Santoni, of course, also a former YCS champion.
Yeah.
So as you guys can see, And here's the end of the undefeated players. Those are the last few.
Yeah, so Long Dao, Jake Quincy.
Yeah, Jake Quincy is still in there.
Oh, no, he's actually 3-1.
Actually,
but
yeah.
Still very... So his loss must have been to someone quite high up in the rankings because he's, his tiebreakers brought him all the way up to the 3-1s there.
Right. And let's take another look at the top of the field. We've seen Eugen before. He was the very first in our little list.
Yep.
Here are the guys that are currently on top of Eugen in terms of the standings. Marcello, of course, who we saw the round before.
Yeah.
Paolo Pacciana, also from Italy. Very successful and also very much in competition this weekend. Let's move all the way up. Here we go. Matej Jacob. I think Slovenia. Don't want to say the wrong country.
Remember.
I think it was Slovenia. He's a former national champion, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think he was a national champion because we interviewed him at Euros.
Yeah.
Didn't we?
So, yeah.
And obviously Luca Certoni, we were talking about him earlier.
Yes.
He won his YCS title in Bochum.
Right. Then we got Ali Favas, one of the guys, a part of the illustrious group with Norman Wilde and Joshua Schmidt, Alpay, all of the Eugen Hyde, also member of this group.
Yeah.
Kim van Kampenhout, Belgian national champion, I think 2-time or maybe even 3-time Belgian national champion.
Yeah.
So another player that's making some headlines in the past.
Yeah, Jerry's he came to study in the UK and he's been absolutely dominating the UK circuit.
All right.
He's been very involved with the UK players as well. So he's been providing a lot for the UK players.
Okay. Studying here, even though he's from Canada.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah.
Stefano Momioli, of course, a former European champion, yet another former European champion. We've got a couple of those, of course, but this game has been around for quite a while. Yes, and let's look at the very top of the field to wrap things up in this little part. I can't say I remember, I recognize a lot of these names. Aaron Kasemi, I remember that we had him on the stream at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a well-known UK player. I don't recognize Jawad.
I think that's pretty much it, to be honest.
Yeah.
So at the top of the field, a couple of guys we haven't seen before, and so the whole thing is shaping up nicely.
Yeah, how many? I can't remember how many rounds were announced that we were doing today. To be honest,
should be 8.
8 rounds today. So we're just coming up to the over halfway mark.
Yeah.
And we've got loads more to show.
Yes, and with every additional round, this is looking more and more interesting, to be honest, shaping up more and more. And you can tell lots of the veterans have dropped the game already.
Yeah.
Like Joshua Schmidt is one of them. Also lost one game.
Federico's opinion as well.
Yeah. Federico's, yes, good point, yeah. So it's not like even if you're a veteran, you got all the skills, it's not like you're always going to win. Like sometimes you have to come from behind, you lose the first round, and then you have to work your way up again.
Yeah, sometimes these players don't go into the tournament thinking, I'm going to win every game.
Yeah.
It's sometimes you've got to make your own luck with your deck. You go into it and think, right, I'm going to go in and I'm going to maybe lose a couple of rounds during Swiss. But when it gets that top cut, I'm going to really hope that my deck comes through for me.
Yeah,
and
that's also
play those risky plays.
Exactly, that's also a big deal. Actually, you can build a deck that is really good at making day 2 or making the top cut.
Yeah.
Or you can play a deck that might not be that good in the Swiss rounds, but once you are in the top cut, got very, very good matchups. And sometimes it's interesting decisions like playing an anti-spell fragrance in your side deck as a Draco paper player.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where you really sit down and you decide before a tournament, where do I want to be? Do I want to get to the top 8?
And that's it for the day?
Yeah, is that it? Is that me? Do I want to get to the am I a regional? Do I want to definitely qualify for the European Championship?
Yes, yeah.
Do I want to just win the prize? Do I want to build my deck in such a way where I'm going to get to the top cut and do that? It's all about just choosing whereabouts you're really aiming for.
It's the same thing in the game where we see players holding back, and then at one point they go in, and that's like the most crucial decision you can make.
Yeah.
When do I throw my cards on the table, or when do I just wait for another turn?
Yeah, and sometimes it's too late, or sometimes you just get it bang on the money.
Right. All right, guys. with that, we're going to take another short break after our round 5 feature match. We should have 3 more today. I'm just going to clarify with the scorekeeper in between rounds. And then we're going to be back with the next feature match, of course. Maybe we'll also do a little bit of another halftime show if you want. Just let us know in the chat. We're reading it. And until then, guys.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Prague. We're here to talk about Cosmos with
Marvin Weber. You can add a lot of Cosmo monsters you want.
Yeah, so it was always kind of tough when you didn't have much access to choosing what Cosmo monsters you wanted in your hand, so that allows you to do that. And there's some really cool combos you can do with getting multiple tin cans out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So so you picked out all these cards, and you were going to talk through the reasons. So why did you pick Slip Rider?
Slip Rider are one of the best Cosmo monsters because you can pop up back row from your opponent, or maybe your own one, like Cosmo Town to resolve Cosmo Town's effect, to search another Cosmo card from your deck.
Yeah.
In Cosmo, because you got only the normal summons of the small one and not for teleport. And if your opponent plays a lot of traps, you need to summon. Summon.
Yeah. So there's a few decks that are playing quite a lot of trap cards, or even trap tricks for Fleischer, who you can get trap cards from the deck. And you thought that just having 2 ways of summoning per turn isn't enough, so you decided that you wanted to play Reasoning as well as Call of the Haunted. Yeah. So why are you? So a lot of people are playing Oasis of the Dragon Souls. Why are you playing Call of the Haunted?
You play many copies of Call of the Haunted, like 3, and Oasis like 1, 2, or 3 copies. So you can play 6 Call of the Haunted.
Yeah.
The Call of the Haunted are the best one. It's a better one like Oasis, because you summon the monster in attack position.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
So you can just you can use it even like during your own battle phase to hit them for more damage and things like that. So, Solemn Strike
you fill up your graveyard with tin can.
Yeah.
Like Dark Destroyer or Slip Rider, and Call can summon one of them. You can pop up himself for Farm Girl, or you can pop up with Slip Rider, your Call of the Haunted for Farm Girl. So you can push easy for an OTK.
Yeah, a lot of access to Farm Girl. So you think that Tin Can really has made the deck more consistent?
For sure.
Yeah.
Without Tin Can, you can't play this fun competitive tournament like OICS. I think so.
Yeah. So Cosmojo as well was an introduction of the first trap card for the Cosmo archetype. Yep. What do you think about that?
Cosmojo are really good, because you can pop your Cosmo monster.
Yeah.
and banish one card of your opponent. It doesn't target.
Yep.
And the Cosmo monsters resolve and summon another one from the deck. So
yeah, so that's got to be really interesting in the mirror match when you're playing against other Cosmos and you're trying to get rid of those ships. So let's talk a little bit about that last trap card that you put, Solemn Strike. Why is that an important card in your deck?
Solemn Strike, in my opinion, is the card of the format. You need Solemn Strike to win every game. I think so. It is.
Yeah. So
your opponent starts with Solemn Strike. It's really heavy for every deck to push up against Solemn Strike. Yeah.
Yeah. So and with some of the changes, so we don't have Ptolemaeus anymore.
Yeah.
It's become more difficult to summon Cyber Dragon Infinity. Why have you put him here? So your deck has quite good access to that.
Yes. With double Slip Rider, you can easily go for Cyber Dragon Infinity, and Cyber Dragon Infinity are a really, really good card.
Yeah,
I don't think we must talk about it.
Yeah. So, were you in YCS Prague last year? Were you here in Prague last year?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have a good time?
Yes, for sure. Prague are amazing.
Yeah. So you decided to come back this year.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. Thank you very much for letting us have a look at your deck, and good luck in the tournament.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to Now is the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to duel. Now get serious. Time to duel.
We're here with Nadia from Peru. So that's two things that are very uncommon. First of all, we got a girl, and second of all, from Peru.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
I started judging in 2012, I think, and that was in South America.
Okay.
As you know, maybe in South America there are not so many people judging.
Smaller, right?
Yeah, it's much, much smaller. But I got into the game.
How did you get into the game?
Oh, because of my boyfriend.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that's normal for a lot of girls. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
In South America, it is.
It's also true for some boys.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not discriminating anyway.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I began with that, and then my boyfriend was judge. He's still a judge until now in South America and Peru. And I liked it. I really liked it that you can learn a lot from the rulings and how the game works and so on. So I decided.
How different was it for you when you started playing and then moving over to judging?
I think the most different thing is how people look at you.
Okay.
Because when I was a player, most of the guys were looking at me, oh, well, she does know nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really like that.
Right.
And I was a little bit like, oh, well, that's too bad.
All right.
But when I was a judge, they were a little bit more scarier. Like, okay, now she might
She's got
know.
authority now.
Yeah, maybe she might know what she's doing now. Okay,
That's
I cannot cheat.
Just by switching roles, suddenly people look at you in a different way.
Yeah, it was like that.
That's very That's very interesting to hear. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
but maybe that only happened because I was a girl. Because of course at the beginning, when I just started judging, most of them they just saw me and thought, well, maybe she's just trying. But after I
it's
showed
kind of mean,
them,
yeah, it's kind of mean. But yeah, you showed them, right?
Yeah, after you show that you can do that, then okay, they start believing you, and there's more respect.
Right.
It's something interesting. And
how did it happen that you start judging in Peru and now you're in Europe, and it's been the second or third time you're in our judge team this weekend, I think?
It's the second time.
Second time, yeah. How did that come together?
I'm now studying in Germany, And because of that, I decided to change judge programs from the US, the KDA program.
Yeah, the
to
US
here.
takes care of South America as well, yeah?
So now I decide, okay, I will try to apply for Europe because I'm going to stay here 2 years or maybe more.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, that's what's all. Then
how does it work? If I'm new to the judge program, who do I have to call? Who do I have to write to?
Well, at that time was Julia.
Julia Hedberg?
Julia Hedberg, the one that gave me the address of, I think it's Europe Yu-Gi-Oh events at Konami something.
Right.
She just gave me the link, so
we got it up on the website. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So she gave me the link, and I wrote to, in this case, Adrian Fox. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
And I told my situation that I'm Peruvian, but I was a judge in South America, and I want to apply for the program in Europe. And yeah, he only asked me for my data, like my name, my COSI and all those stuff.
Right.
And yeah, that was all.
And was it the first time you applied and you got picked right away?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
well,
steep career basically.
They of course ask you if you made all exams before. So I had all of the requirements.
All right.
So that was it.
Okay.
And then I got the email to apply to one of the YCS, and that was all.
What's the biggest difference between events in South America and in Europe?
That's a good question. I would say it's the amount of people.
Okay.
First of all, because the YCS I was in South America, that was in Santiago, Chile, was maybe 500 people.
Well, it's still pretty big.
It was still really a lot of people, but here when I was in Bochum, because that was my last YCS, it was 1,000.
More than twice as many,
That was amazing for me.
That makes sense, yeah. And do you also see a difference on the way that players are playing or people are behaving?
Yeah, here is a little bit more interesting because of the countries.
Right.
I really can see the difference between how players interact between each other when they are Germans or when they are Italian or when they're from Spain
be
or
very
English.
careful what you say next. Yeah.
No, I mean they're just interact different.
Right. Yeah.
It's the same thing as I'm talking about South Americans.
Yeah. No, it is true. Like I think you can even see that in the judge team. Like we've had some great miscommunication between people just because the gestures are so different.
Yeah.
Like some French judges like to be very reserved, very calm, and then you have an Italian judge who speaks a little bit more with his body as a whole. And he was just instructing the French judge to do something, and the French judge was getting offended by it. It was like, oh, why are you all in my face? And he was like, oh, no, that's just the way I talk. So you can tell the differences between languages.
Yeah, and I must say that is also one of the big differences between Europe and South America. In South America, it's mostly Spanish and Portuguese.
Yeah, so you have to master two languages that are kind of similar.
But it's actually the same.
Yeah.
But here, it really makes a big difference if you know more than two languages.
Right.
It's
you
really
do speak more than one language, or two actually.
Yeah,
you speak English?
Yes.
Spanish?
Yes, sir.
Do you speak Portuguese as well?
No, sadly no.
Maybe
but
you can
understand.
make sense of it? Okay. And German?
And German, yeah.
Okay, well that's quite impressive. That's actually better than most European judges, which is very funny considering that you're coming from South America.
I'm happy to hear that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope you're going to have fun this weekend as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty
what's your role this weekend?
What?
Your role, what are you doing this weekend?
First day floor C and second day Dragon Duel.
Okay, so you're going to answer lots and lots of questions first, and then on the second day you take care of the smaller duelists.
Yeah, I hope I do it good.
Yeah, I'm going to be certain of it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, and that's it for now.
Hello guys, and welcome to YCS Prague. I'm here with Zach, who's from the UK.
Hi.
Hey Zach, how's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
So we're looking at the deck that he's playing for YCS Prague, which is?
Phantom Knights.
Yeah, so why did you decide to bring Phantom Knights?
It was fun. I find all the decks kind of boring, they're all very inconsistent, and this is just... I get to play BA basically again, but it's much better.
Okay, so you think it fits your playstyle?
Yeah, I enjoy playing like trap cards and control decks.
Yeah.
Grinding
so big trap lineups.
Yeah, you can OTK people as well, which is great.
Yeah. So there's only 6 Phantom Knight cards out at the moment.
Yes.
So do you want to talk us
through?
No,
there's a few more.
Oh, is there a few more?
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Just not,
sorry,
not
the
great.
extra stuff. Yeah. So talk us through a little bit about the the 6 that you do play.
Yeah.
Talk us a little bit about each one, and just give us a bit of detail as to which, why you play each one. So start with these monsters.
Yeah.
So the gloves, I understand that gives your monsters a lot of attack points when you exceed someone with it.
Yeah, you XYZ summon a dark monster using it as a material, gets +1,000 attack points. They stack as well, so you can get some very big attack monsters to swing over like Cosmo ships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I push the game. It also has it's technically any copy of the other Phantom Knight cards in your deck, because if it's in your graveyard, you can banish it and send in another copy you need. So it helps sort of find what you're missing.
Yeah. So that's a good time to speak about. So the trap cards, they all have the same effect when they're in the graveyard.
Yeah, all of them can be banished to special summon a Phantom Knight monster in your graveyard, and you can only use the trap effect once a turn.
Yeah, but you've got 3 trap cards, so you can use one of each. So you can summon up to 3 from your graveyard.
You get like lots of extra normal summons before you even normal summon a monster.
Yeah, so talking about those, so these cards here kind of provide that in the fact that Terratop can do that.
Yeah, you're able to like special summon Terratop and then search either the Tackleberg or the dice. These are sort of almost utility monsters. You rarely ever use this effect at all because it will limit what you can summon afterwards.
Yeah.
But and this effect is actually super relevant, so you never want to forget this in your graveyard. But you're able to start like your turn off making a Dante or one of your break swords before you even normal summon, which is just great.
Yeah, and that's all from one card as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So that's I don't want to say free, but it's
it's like Tour Guide 2.0.
Yeah, so if your opponent's going to use some trap card on that, then that's really good for you.
A lot of time people will veil this as well, and then if you've naturally drawn like this as well, you kind of blow them up a bit.
Yeah. So talk us through a few of the other cards that you're playing that aren't related to the archetype.
Right. Well, Mathematician is just a solid monster. It sends any of the Phantom Knight cards, so you have access to everything. Ghost Ogre and the Blue Lair are a toolbox with E-Telly. E-Telly is really broken now because of Blue Lair, because you can just play 3 E-Telly and 1 Blue Lair, and Blue Lair will keep recycling itself. So your E-Tellys are never dead. And it just allows you to make a rank 3 and start off your combos and carry on going. Also playing 3 copies of Twin Twister. Most decks don't want to be maining Twin Twister because discarding card they don't get any value off of it. But in this deck, you can discard any Phantom Knight card and get immediate value. So it's almost a combo piece, allows you to go off, which is great. And I love being able to main it and not being a disadvantage.
Yeah, because obviously a lot of people are side decking it.
Yeah. And
another thing that not a lot of decks do nowadays is play a lot of trap cards. So obviously you can see you've got a lot of your trap cards out here. So talk us through about these 3 in particular.
Well, Emptiness is super solid because you're able to make a Key Beetle, and so you can have a Key Beetle Emptiness lock, which is really, really powerful. Yeah. And also your Key Beetle can have huge attack points thanks to your gloves. And then you've got the Solemn package as well. Solemn Strike is actually really a good position right now.
Yeah.
It's only bad against Monarchs.
Yeah.
But against the other 2 decks, it's just extremely powerful.
Especially big pendulum summons.
Yeah. You need it against Cosmo as well because it can be a big blowout.
Yeah. If they're going to summon a big scary ship, then you need to be able to deal with that. So yeah. So talk us a bit more about the Key Beetle. How do you actually play the Key Beetle? So I see a lot of your monsters are level 3.
So. All of them are level 3, so the way you do this is by using Break Sword's effect when it's destroyed after it's been XYZ summoned. You target 2 of your Phantom Knights in the graveyard and summon them back and then increase their levels by 1. You can then only summon Dark Monsters afterwards, but that's rarely an issue. So then you're able to go into a combination of Key Beetle or a Dark Rebellion XYZ Dragon, or like many different Evil Swarm monsters, which are pretty cool effects.
Yeah, like Phantos.
Yeah. So Dante is a great way just to get your deck going and put cards in the graveyards.
Yeah.
So you try end with a couple turn 1. One of the issues as well is because you'll be banishing the Phantom Knights to use their effects. Is you might run out of Phantom Knights, but Levier allows you to bring them back and just helps you also extend your combos as well.
Yeah, you can do even more combos because you can just keep getting them back. And using their
your opponent has to remove the Levier as well, otherwise next turn, which is great because with a combination of your trap cards, you can very easily protect it and keep going off.
Yeah. So all of these have really good protective effects.
Yeah, at first I thought only the Fog Blade was any good and the rest were kind of you went for the banish effects. But the more I kept on playing, I was like, actually their protection and attack boosting effects, this one's a permanent boost, is just extreme. It just blows up people out. Yeah. And it makes sort of dealing with Dark Destroy a lot easier because you can protect your monster from being blown up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I mean, I know it seems kind of crazy, but even just so the gloves and cloak with the sword, they managed to stop Farm Girl attacking over those.
Yeah, I know. That's really good as well because people aren't playing Honest as well because Honest isn't very good.
Yeah.
So you can just sort of catch people off guard, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and just protect those outright.
Yep.
So many people were saying a lot of traps. Maybe you're going to draw a lot of traps. Like how, what do you think about that?
I'm fine with it because you've got like stuff like solemn strikes, warnings. You're able to just also the fog blade as well. You're able to usually sort of outlast your opponent basically to get to the point where you're drawing your monsters and you're able to make your plays. These also allow you to tend to protect the monster. So if you have to summon a monster and hope it lives for a turn, you're able to do that.
Yep. Which lets you do an XYZ play next
time. Also, a lot of decks as well, so against like Pepe, their hands can vary so much from being good to weak, and a lot of times they'll have meh hands, which you can easily just like survive through and just
with all your mitigating trap cards. And what was one of the big memories from last year?
So on the last day, we all decided to get Chinese buffet because we talked about the entire week. And our friend goes in and is like, guys, I got this right. I'll order all the group stuff, and then you can each order your stuff. So like, we'll have like 2 large ducks, all these like dishes. And by the end of the meal, I think we maybe had like half of one of the ducks. So basically got to take tons of Chinese food on the train home, which was great.
Yeah. One of the great things about coming to events like this is you get to see all those friends that you don't get to see very often, and you get to do things like that.
No, like say for this event, I'm in an apartment with like 11 Scots, a bunch of Romanians, and some English people. It's great. It's nice.
Right, well, good luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
And have a nice weekend.
Cheers.
Back to you guys.
We're straight going to take you to the feature match where Andrea Zanotti is sitting on the left and Giorgio Dascal is sitting on the right. Zanotti is playing Necros, whereas Dascal is playing Burning Abyss. Yes, that's, I hope, all the information we need going into this. There's a Diffusion that was an important card last game, and we're going to switch it now to the new cards that these guys are holding on to.
Nice pretty pattern there. Look at that. Glorious.
All right. And it looks like Giorgio, by the way, just won against Matteo Vernizzi, who is playing Necros. That's not the real story. The real story is that Matteo was kicking out Joshua Schmidt before that, and then after that he was defeating Piran Aski in our feature match.
Yep.
So he was, so to speak, the legend killer in the tournament. Just now he went to time against Giorgio. And in the third and deciding duel, he did find an mech-equipped engineer defending himself, because that card is really good if you have to defend yourself.
Yeah.
And popping the ritual monster by sending material to the graveyard. That's what I just saw like walking by the last action of this match.
Yeah.
All right, so Giorgio Dascal kicking things off, Burning Abyss. We haven't seen Burning Abyss in a little while.
No, he has a massive amount of monsters in his hand here. He's going to be able to open up with quite a few Dantes here. Probably empty his hand as well.
Right, and did he go second and Andrea just passed? Because he has 6 cards? 5 cards in hand and 2 cards on the field?
Yeah, that does look like...
And let's take a... But why would Andrea just pass if he has a Senju?
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah, something's a little bit odd here.
Oh, maybe the Upstart Goblin was played and we just didn't see it. But I don't see it in the graveyard, so... Yeah, oh, cool. We don't actually have these players' deck lists in front of us right now. He's playing Absolute King Blackjack, I think is the name. Or the Blackjack King, somewhere around there. It allows you to rearrange the top 3 cards of your deck. And then also during your opponent's turn, you can banish Absolute King Blackjack to mill the top card of your deck. If it is a trap card, a normal trap card, I think it has to be normal. You can set it and activate it that turn.
Right. Yeah, it's also not a card that we see very often.
No, it was very popular. I say very popular around my locals in Burning Abyss. Quite a lot. People were playing up to 3 copies of it.
Okay, but like not at the larger tournaments, right?
No, I don't think we've seen it very much. I think the Americans used it quite a lot, but we've not really picked up on that yet.
Okay, well. I'm still wondering about that extra card.
I do wonder. I don't think he's going second here because the Dante is in defense position, and it was summoned in defense position. So
yeah. If he goes second, he would just attack here. Right. So maybe one of the cards that he's supposedly having in his hand, he is not actually having in his hand.
Yeah. So he's rearranging the top 3 cards of his deck here, which probably doesn't matter because he's going to go into another Dante. Oh no, he's going to play. That's a good play. So he does have that Upstart Goblin. So he plays the Upstart Goblin to draw the card that he wants, and then he can mill the other 2.
Definitely not bad. And yet another special summon.
Sfafa.
Yeah, Maxi is so good against Burning Abyss.
Okay. He's going into Tri-Edged Levier. Wow, okay. Not seen this card in a very, very long time. So Tri-Edged Levier is a little bit like a giant hand on legs. Let me just get that card text up. Okay, here we go. So you can banish any monster that it destroys by battle, and once per turn during either player's turn, you can attach a material from this card and target a face-up monster on the field. It loses 800 attack, and its effects are negated until the end of the turn, which is fantastic that it makes it lose attack points, because that means it can be used in the damage step.
Yeah, and is that card worth 3 materials?
Yes.
That came like out of a pistol. All right, and back to... Giorgio is now left with 3 cards in hand, according to our app. Is that the correct count now? 3, 4. I think that's correct, suddenly.
It's hard to say because Dante milled, and he could have milled like graphs and stuff. But right, so you see Tri-Edged Levier here, negating that effect straight away, and then graphs effect. I do wonder why that Scarm is not being destroyed. Unless it was summoned with Liebig, which must be the case.
Yeah, possibly the only real explanation.
Yep.
Burning Abyss is such a versatile deck. All of these different fiends that you can bring out. Here's just Scarm, one of the most important ones.
Yeah, so Scarm is the one that during the end phase you can search.
That was Fafa, I think. Just
to take away that Senju.
It's really like I'm stripping you off of all your plays. And then it's gonna be back to George in just a second.
Okay, so we're just looking to get one of our judges to grab the deck lists here. So back to the action. We see Andrea going searching with that Necros of Clausulus. So let's have a look at his hand here and see where the options are. So he has a Great Sorcerer, Unicorn, Shurit, Cycle, Kaleidoscope. So he can make the Kaleidoscope play with Unicorn, which will shut down that Tri-Edged Levier. But there is a Maxi, so that's really
it's like Giorgio has all the answers.
Yeah, really going to put some spanners in the work there. But he will just be able to attack over that Tri-Edged Levier reasonably safely. As soon as Unicorn's on the field, there's not much that the Burning Abyss deck can do without using Rockstar of the Burning Abyss to get over the Unicorn, because obviously Dante is going to be negated by Unicorn, and he's not big enough by himself to be able to get over that Unicorn.
And Burning Abyss is forcing the Necros players to play like very differently.
Yeah, especially after that Max C. And the Tri-Edged Levier as well. That's a really good choice to make that in the opening move.
All right. Let's check what Giorgio is still holding on to. He's got a Seer and a Foolish Burial. Those are the only 2 cards. But it's still Andrea's turn, of course. And just now he went for Trishula. And I think we're not going to see a response here. There's a Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. Welcome back to our round 6 feature match, which happens to be the second to last for today.
Yeah.
Because you just confirmed with the scorekeeper, we are going to play 7 rounds today instead of 8.
Yep, 7 rounds.
That means no casual round 8 today.
I know.
Kind of broke my heart, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah, but in this round we got 2 guys that are truly, in the most literal sense of the word, flying under the radar because we can't find the deck list.
Yeah.
Neither of them. Which is interesting because for some reason we do know what one of the 2 guys is playing, and that is Lucien Hauer. He's playing Phantom Knights.
Yeah.
Finally, we get some Phantom Knights in the feature match.
Yeah.
Yes. His opponent for this round is Tunkai Ölmes from Austria. Let's take a quick look at the past matches of Lucien Hauer from Germany, so you guys can see how he made it thus far. His name is Gray in round 4, so he did actually lose round 4. There we go. Round 1 he won against Cosmo. Round 2 he won against Wiedbach Nguyen, against Mermaid or Atlantean. Next round he won again against Draco Performapal. Yep. And then from then on, we actually mentioned Cherry Yan. You mentioned him last round. He's studying in the UK. And he was able to best Lucien Hauer, but he was the only player so far. So quite a successful run for him so far.
Definitely.
Next, let's look a little bit at Tunkai's match history.
Yeah, so Tunkai is playing the water deck.
Oh, okay, that didn't work. All right, he's playing the Mermaids.
He's playing the Mermaids, yeah. He's doing the Mermaids.
He's doing the Mermaids.
Yeah.
Well, I think that we have seen one time before today.
In the first round.
Yeah, first round already.
Yeah.
Been a little while, but also in a good position with an X1 record.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of X1 records, that was quite funny. Ben Lovell, for some reason, is always very close to the scorekeeper station.
Yeah.
Talking to his friends because he has been working as a judge.
Yeah.
And in round 2, he was like very proud of his X1 record. And he said it like with 100% conviction. I said, "It's the second round, man. You're 1-1." It's like a lot worse than, because when you say X1, everybody thinks like you're 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, something like that. Like, it's the second round, man. You're 1-1. It's not that much of an accomplishment.
No, that's actually XX.
Yeah, it's yeah. All right. Having said that, we cannot tell you about the sideboarding options. We know the usual suspects. Yeah. So that's going to be something that we're going to talk about. But without further ado, let's not lose that much time. Let's go over to the feature match table where these 2 guys have already sat down. Lucien Hauer on the left-hand side, Tunkai Ölmes on the right-hand side.
Okay, so Phantom Knights, rather new deck, so it's kind of hard to get the cards right. So Bozzy was struggling there. So I like Phantom Knights a hell of a lot. Oh, he's actually opened with the 2 Speedroid cards. This is a really good opening for the Phantom Knights player here. So he's... Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're going to see Neptibus first. So Neptibus, again, was the new card that we'd not seen yet for the Mermail/Atlantean deck. So it allows you to, as a cost, send Dragoons to the graveyard, which lets you add an Atlantean from your deck to your hand. I don't actually know what he added just there.
Yeah, we're going to see it in just a second.
So, well, yeah, we'll find out. And then, so he added something and then Megalo. I don't know what the card was. I couldn't quite see it. So he's playing very shiny Dragoons there, ultimate Dragoons.
Funnily enough, Tunkai Ölmes also had an X1 record in round 2.
Yeah.
Because he actually lost the second round.
Yeah, what's super interesting is that Tunkai is actually playing the Gen X package.
Right.
So that's just unknown. People don't play that anymore.
Yeah.
With Undine.
It's old school.
Yeah, very old school. Okay, oh, he added Dragoons from Neptibus. So he's probably going to just pitch that Dragoon straight away for Megalo, as well as the heavy infantry. Oh no, he just passed. Okay, so we see Terratop, T-Top being summoned straight away, and its effect activates when it's normal summoned or special summoned, which allows you to go and search for a Speedroid monster from your deck and add it to your hand. There's no other real restrictions on there.
Right. And we see the Solemn cards again.
Yep, so he's going to go get Tri-Edge Dice. Now, this is a tell to anyone who plays Phantom Knights that he's already got Tick Tomborg in his hand, because that's usually your go-to card. It's like a little tour guide play here, so he's going to be able to special summon Tick Tomborg. Now, Tick Tomborg's got an effect that says, when you've got a win monster on your field, you can special summon it. which is super relevant in this situation. But the part that isn't super relevant is that you contribute it to go and search for a speed ride and special summon it, but future special summons have to be of wind monsters. Now, that's, you don't do that in Phantom Knights. All your monsters are dark.
Right. Is that going to affect Tunkai's plays here? He does have a Max C.
Yeah, so Max C is probably going to impact him here. So, actually, all of his summons, most of the Phantom Knight summons are going to be inherent right up until he starts using the trap cards from the graveyard. All of his summons are going to be inherent. So that means, there's no chain starting, no Max C can be played unless you, play it just out of nowhere. So he might play Max C here just because he's thinking, well, obviously these two cards aren't very strong. Yeah, there we go.
Right.
So these two cards aren't very strong. He's going to...
There's going to be something else coming.
Overlay into a nice Dante. Okay, so he's going to normal summon the cube, and then he's going to go into Trishula. So he's going to play the Megazord here.
Yeah, we really need some sound effects here. I want to have like a little board with buttons, and when I press one, something comes up.
Plays the Megazord. I even think it's dual terminal, so I think he should just win the world if it is. And everyone knows what Trishula does.
Yes.
You get to banish a card from your opponent's graveyard, field, and from hand as well. And this was all from like 2 cards.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good.
6.
Wow.
Oof.
That's rough.
Oof, yeah, that's a good hit. And sniping like a champion.
Tunkai, actually, if we look at his hand, Tunkai's hand, he drew another controller from the Max C.
Ooh,
that's rough.
Yeah.
That's really rough. I wish I had his deck list right now so I could see if he was playing the full 3. I doubt he is. He's probably only playing 2. But unless Tunkai gets a big Mermail monster right now so that he can start ditching some of these Atlanteans, yeah, he's
in a pretty bad position.
Yeah.
Right. Let's take a look at the back row of Lucien. These are the cards that were in his hand just a second ago.
Yeah, so these
all of these traps are face down now.
These are the big Phantom Knight cards. So
yep,
they're on the field now. So Phantom Knight's Wing, Phantom Knight's Fogblade, and Solemn Strike as well. All really massive trap cards. I don't want to go too much into details. I'm not going to have time to talk about all of them. But basically, all of the Phantom Knight trap cards give an effect where when they're in the graveyard, you can banish them to target a Phantom Knight in your graveyard, and they get special summoned.
It's a little bit like the zombie archetype in this one regard.
Yeah, and then there's 2 of the Phantom Knight's trap cards which protect monsters, and then there's one which protects it but also negates its effect, so generally you'll use it on your opponent's monsters.
Right.
It's like a searchable Phoenix Chain. So Fogblade can target a monster, and it's like the Fiendish Chain. It can't attack. It also can't be attacked, so it's got a little bit of drawback. And Wing just gives the monster 500 attack points and makes it like not destroyed for the first time.
Yeah.
Every turn. Well, not every turn. The turn it's played. Yeah. So we see Blue Quantum here. Now, generally people only play the Blue Quantum in Phantom Knights. They don't play any others. They just play the blue guy.
Right. Just a quick shifting gears here. How well equipped is the Phantom Knight archetype, in your opinion, to tackle this metagame that we have this weekend?
I think it's really good. You've got a lot of effect monster hate. Like you can have a searchable Fiendish Chain basically, and the key part is kind of being able to protect your monsters whenever it's necessary. So yeah, during the damage step, he's going to boost that when he sees. Because the monster flips before the end of the damage step, so you get to boost it there. So he just gives it a boost by 500.
Yeah, that's gonna be enough.
Yeah, that just gets over that Gen X controller because it's not enough. Blue layers on 1200, whereas Gen X controllers on 1400.
And there comes Trishula.
Yeah, straight to the face.
Yeah, doing the dirty work all himself.
Yeah. Yeah, Trishula straight in there with its 3 heads.
Wow, and like the air is getting thinner for Tunkai Ölmes here.
Yeah.
By the second. He really needs a good draw.
Oh, wow.
Okay, this is the opposite of that. Reckless Greed. 2 more chances. Time for Destiny draw.
So his draws were controller, Undine.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not a
That's not ideal.
Good job shuffling as a marksman.
Marksman, and what's the other card? Chalice. Okay,
Chalice.
So
sounds like meh.
Yeah, they sound quite similar.
We're back to that now. All right,
so there's not a lot of options here for Tunke, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of stuff, but not a lot of useful stuff.
And the thing is, even if he does something, he's not going to draw the next 2 turns.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to guess here because he's able to make some kind of synchro play with the Gen X controller and instant fusion. But whether that's kind of a last ditch effort, I don't know, and I don't know what's in his extra deck.
Yeah,
he could be playing Black Rose Dragon for all I know, and then still it wouldn't be great because Lucien has the Fog Blade, which can negate its effect. Pretty much whatever we see here.
There's a 4-star monster.
Yeah.
There's a Norden.
Yeah, whatever we see here, it's gonna probably be Fog Bladed. So the second controller. Oh, he's probably going to overlay in this situation then, because there's 2 tuners. He can't really do much. He can't synchro with 2 tuners. Unless he just sinks into a 7 and then... Yeah, I'm a little confused. It must be up in either a 7 or he's going to overlay into an Exceed monster. He can't do anything else.
Yeah, those are his options. And none of them are really good.
No, not really, because, Fog Blade's going to stop it, regardless of what it is.
Right.
And then... Fog Blade's going to stop it. So let's see. It's really hard. It's really hard to speculate when we don't know what's in his extra deck.
Looking at the match history of Tunkai,
so there we go. But he is playing a Black Rose Dragon.
Yeah, a good choice. But
so
like you said,
Fog Bladed.
Yeah, we see the Fog Blade.
Yeah.
In his first round, he actually played a mirror match against Sander van den Berg. Second round, he lost to Draco Performapal. And he won again against Draco Performapal. Matthias Gericke was playing that deck. Oh, by the way, Michele Antonini, who we had in our previous feature match, was the one who beat him in round 2. So we come full circle in that one regard. And then in round 5, he went up against Gabriel Schrenk, also Draco Performapal. So lots and lots of Draco Performapal for him.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's the Phantom Knight's Breaksword. Breaksword is kind of like a mini little scrap dragon. You can target one of your own cards to be destroyed and one of your opponent's cards, and they're both destroyed. The key factor about that is that when Breaksword is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you get to special summon 2 Phantom Knight cards from your graveyard, and they both become level 4, so you can make a level 4 play. Obviously here we saw the Regeki come out, and Tunke was on not a lot of life points.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about sideboarding options.
Yeah, so...
from the top of your head.
From the top of my head. So Tunke, I was talking about this with some of the UK players before. They were asking some of my advice because I'd been playing Phantom Knights. And the big advice for me was Chain Disappearance, because Chain Disappearance really, really hurts. When you hit gloves or cloak with Chain Disappearance, it hurts a lot. Like, if you get 3 of Phantom Knights banished and those were the only Phantom Knights you had to make the rank 3 play with, then it's really painful.
Yeah.
You can get them back with Levier if you've got a nice Speedroid play in your hand, but generally you'll play the Speedroids first, and even then, Chain Disappearance on Dante would be, really not nice for you. As for Lucien, he's probably not sideboarded that heavily against water, to be honest.
You think the Phantom Knights coming prepared against this particular matchup?
I think naturally just... We talk a lot about just the fact that one deck's engine beats another deck's engine, and I think Phantom Knight's engine just beats Mermail's engine.
Okay.
Mermails generally just make big monsters and sit there and hope that they're going to go through, and they got a lot of destruction. And Phantom Knights just kind of, even when their stuff's getting destroyed, they're getting benefits from it because it's in the graveyard. You understand what I mean? It's just it's really. It's hard because Mermails generally get their advantage by destroying their opponent's stuff, and Phantom Knights don't really mind having their stuff destroyed.
All right. And for these guys, it's of course crunch time. They are almost on the bubble. They are X1 at the time.
Yeah.
Although actually we can't find Tunkai's result for the first round, which is just what I learned. Maybe he was a late enrollment, that he didn't play in the first round and he just arrived a little bit late this morning. That wouldn't make any sense though, because he's X1. And he lost in the third round as well.
Yeah, so he must have won the first round.
Yeah, must have won. So yeah, it's kind of missing for some reason, but in any case, it's not going well here for him.
No, I think it's
but
got to be
when you draw into all the Genix cards instead of getting them from the deck.
Yeah, even 3 years ago, that would have been rough.
Yeah. And that hand, or his deck really break down on him.
Yeah, so
he could have built a wall with it. It's one of these sayings that's very popular these days.
Yeah, could have built a house. I always go with a house.
Yeah, the house.
Yeah, could have built a house, could have built a city.
Right, with that Monarch deck.
Yeah,
Mermaid deck, of course.
Yeah, you could have built a mermaid house inside Monarch City.
With Monarchs, you build a castle.
Yeah, obviously. You got to have somewhere to store all of your 2 sacrifice Monarchs.
at least when they break hard enough.
Yeah.
All right, so second game, and as always, you see our volunteers behind these guys working in the cards.
We've not seen any acrobatics this tournament, which is quite surprising.
Yeah.
Maybe day 2.
I don't know. I think Ryan decided to do them off screen for some reason.
That's I don't know what he's doing.
Even though his fan club is not going to like that.
Yeah. People usually ask about the sideburns. They are pretty legendary.
They are. Also very hard to maintain, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Those are the starting 5 for Tunkai. Genix Undyne.
So starting with Undyne is better than starting with Controller.
That's something. Double Summon, Maxi, Instant Fusion, Effect Vader.
Lucien's not got a pleasant hand there because he's open with the blue layer. You really don't want to open with blue layer. It's not like he's going to lose because of it, but he really doesn't want to. Wow, that looks really shiny. But I swear that only comes in Super. That just must have hit the light perfectly.
Yeah.
So he summons the Terratop, goes and gets the Tomborg. Tomborg gets special summoned. No, he's just relaxing. Oh, there's a Max C. So he's learned from the first game. He's going to normal summon the gloves. So the gloves gives 1,000 attack points to the monster that is exceed summoned with it as a material, if it's dark. So he's probably going to summon Dante, yeah. So he's going to detach gloves. He's going to mill 3 cards off the top of his deck. He's going to be hoping for some nice Phantom Knight traps. Doesn't see any.
Yeah, it's just luck is not really on his side. Then again, I think he's not
pretty
aware that luck is on his side because his opponent's bad draws that helped him quite a bit in the first game.
Yeah. Yeah. So Lucien's gonna he's gonna go get he's gonna get Boots. Boots gonna get banished for a trap card. Gloves allows you to banish it to send a Phantom Knights card from your deck to your graveyard, and then Boots allows you to banish it to add a spell or trap card to your deck. From your deck to your hand, sorry. So each of the Phantom Knights cards are all one of each effect per turn. Just to make that clear. Obviously the trap cards normal effect aren't, but everything else is. So let's see where he goes here. So he drew into Mullen Glacier, which isn't too good. Upstart Goblin's going to get him something. This is the reason I don't like Undine, because your normal summon's over. Like, that's it. Undine's not a great normal summon. It's just, yeah, it's not a great normal summon. So he sends Dragoons to the graveyard to pay the cost for adding a controller.
Yeah, that's
then
a pretty big deal.
Yep, the real effect is the Dragoons, and he's going to add probably... Let's have a look at what else he's got in his hand here. I don't actually know what he's going to add, because... Oh, he's got double summon, so he could add Diva.
And double summon I haven't seen before this weekend. Is it a good card in this deck?
I mean, he's on a really... Oh, he did get Diva. He's on a really reasonable score, so I don't want to say it's not good. But, usually it's not seen as a very good card because you don't gain any advantage from it.
Yep.
Now, that's a very good card to have. He's got the Fog Blade for the Deep Sea Diva. And then he plays Upstart Goblin. Obviously, that was played to perfection, the Upstart Goblin. He was keeping hold of it until he'd done all his searching for the turn, which is what you should do when you're playing an Upstart Goblin, unless you need something else for your combo, which he didn't. And he drew another Gen X Undine.
So it's not going really well for him. No. Like, after this tournament, he should really reconsider running the Gen X engine, yeah.
I think it's, like, with the double summons, it seems pretty nice if he's playing, like, three of the Undines. But, like, yeah, it just seems strange. He can go into a level 5 Synchro Monster here. my mind's just broken. I can't remember if DeLorean's 5 or 6. I think it's 6 actually.
That would be one of his outs. Is there anything else that could help him here?
I think like you can see what's on his board here. He's got Undine and Diva, which aren't very strong. Oh, so we've just seen that he got Instant Fusion added to his hand here. So he must have drawn that from Upstart Goblin. So that changes his play quite a lot. He can go into Elder Entity Norden, and then he can make some either rank 4 Exceed play, or he can make a big Synchro play. So I think he's got Trishula here right now. Yeah, he can Trish right now, which would be pretty good actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, even better knowing that he can banish that Dante. His opponent
it doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, he's going to Trish. So it's one of those moments where, the Fog Blade, yeah, it does leave the field, sorry. Yeah, so there's an ultimate Trishula. We've seen an ultimate one.
Yeah, we've seen them all today.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the Necros version.
Yeah. There's still people who are true to the blue Necros cards. Keep trying to play it. Okay, so he plays his Trishula now, and there's the effect. So he's going to roll to see which one from his hand he's going to take. Let's see what he takes.
And it seems to me like Tunkai Ölmes, I think he was a late enrollment. He might have lost the first round. And that is why the app cannot find him. And I think this is like a down pairing of Lucien Hauer.
Oh, maybe.
So I'm not 100% sure, but there's a chance that this is what happened.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit confused as to why he used Dragoons for the Synchro summon, because Norden's just going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't there any other option? Oh, well, I mean, we don't have the deck list, but
no, he could have as in he got Norden for the special summon. He could have used Norden for the material instead of using the Dragoons.
Yeah.
So he could have done that instead, which would have been better, I think.
So it's not really going his way, is it?
No.
I mean, the draws are letting him down a lot.
Yeah. I think he's still good, though, because Lucien has no real way to do anything, to be honest, right now.
How can he get rid of Trishula?
It's got to be some kind of Exceed play. All of the Phantom Knights monsters are quite small. So there's Cloak being destroyed. No, yeah, Cloak being destroyed. So Cloak, you can banish and add one of the Phantom Knights from your deck to your hand, which is quite a nice one. So if he draws into a Phantom Knight, then he's got an Exceed play straight away. He can just Exceed into Break Sword and then break Trishula.
Yeah.
Or just Exceed into Dante and then use Phantom Knight's Wing to boost it up to 3,000 and attack over it.
Right. But it actually looks like this game is going a lot better for Tunkai than the first. Then again, it wasn't really possible that it goes even worse.
Oh, he's actually going to be able to play Moon Glacier. Yeah, he's going to get to play Moon Glacier. That's pretty strong. Actually, that makes no difference whatsoever because the blue layer is going to just go back to deck. Yeah, pretty sure he's going to... I don't know what... Oh, okay, he hit it with Marksman. That makes sense. So that's one less option for him. He's still got a Phantom Knight's Sword, though, so he can always use that to pump the attack.
Yeah, if he even sees another turn. Is that enough damage on the field?
I think he already attacked. Didn't he? He already attacked the first time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was actually busy looking up the round 1 result of Tunkai, not finding him. But yeah, it looks like Lucien is in a really, really bad situation here. We've just Phantom Knight's Sword, and that is that.
Yeah.
Raigeki would be quite good.
Yes. I think just any level 3 would be quite nice. So he used the trap to special summon that there in the end phase of his opponent.
Yeah, it's called
that's what the Phantom Knights trap cards do. They all have the same effect. While in the graveyard, you can banish them to special summon one. Yeah, so, he happens to draw a Mathematician. That's quite a lucky draw.
Yeah, it's definitely good.
Especially considering you can only play one nowadays. So he's going to be able to make a nice XE play there. He's going to be able to ditch a card from his deck as well, so probably going to be gloves. So he's going to have to go into Break Sword here and start destroying some stuff. Now, he's got the Phantom Knight sword set, so he could go into Break Sword, attack over Trishula, and then pump the Break Sword during... Oh, okay, he's going to go into Levier. Yeah, that works too, so he can do that play instead. But that's going to get Effect Veiled, which is very unfortunate. Yeah, he's wishing that he'd have just played Break Sword right now. I think it was super greedy to play Levier right now. Like, super, super greedy.
Yeah.
He could have just played the safer option of having a big body on board. He had a 2/8 body on board.
It's actually one of the things that came up in the chat where people are pointing out this is very different than what we see in the US. And normally US players are known for being more aggressive, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Today it's not quite like that.
Yeah.
Today we've seen quite a few greedy plays.
Yeah. It's kind of strange. The way that I describe the OCG players as well is that they don't really play to not lose. We usually play to not lose.
Yep, rather than playing to win.
Playing to win, yeah. The OCG players play to win a lot. Whereas in this situation, he looked like he was trying to play super aggressive and it just didn't pay off for him.
Right.
So he's going to use the effect of gloves to send, I can't see which one, to the graveyard.
It's been a little while since I've seen a Levier.
Yeah, it's really useful in this deck.
It's again nice to see the older cards coming back.
Yeah. So I think he just searched one of the trap cards. I don't know which one. We'll soon find out. Probably Fogblade.
The so-called
no, he got Wing.
MST.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's pretty screwed here now, to be honest. I think he's just trying to get rid of... I don't know why. I don't know why Lucien didn't just take the hit on the fact that he, had his Levier got veiled, and then just hold off until he could play his sword, and then get some Phantom Knights in the graveyard and use the traps to return them to the field, because he had a way of putting 2 traps in the graveyard next turn.
Right.
But still, I don't think that's enough.
There are the attacks from Tumkai Olmes.
Yeah, so 27 and then Jinx control. I think it's 12 or 14. I can't remember which one. But here we go. So end phase again. 14. Yeah, 14 by 12. So we see him summon Cloak now.
Only 1,200 remaining.
Okay, so there's that blue quantum he's been saving in his hand for the whole time. Let's see if he goes for Break Sword this time. Nope, he's going to try Levier again.
Okay.
But it's going to pay off this time.
Yeah, well, at least that's something.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to detach Cloak and special summon back one of his monsters from the Banish Zone. Probably Gloves. Yeah. And then he's going to use that to go get Boots from his deck. So he's banished Cloak to go get Boots, and then Boots allows you to special summon it if you have a Phantom Knights card on the field. And then if you have a Phantom Knights monster on the field, then he's going to be able to overlay the 2 into Break Sword, and then Gloves' effect is going to trigger, putting it up to 3,000. Rather than 2,000, which obviously makes it strong enough to
attack over pretty much everything on the field.
Yeah. Or he might go for another level 3 Dark, but he's surely going to have to go for a Dark here. Yes, Break Sword. So he's going to have a Break Sword here and reevaluate his play. Nope, definitely Break Sword. Break Sword, hit over Moonling Glacier, or Trish, either one. Or he's going to just break him straight away. So break and then... So the Break Sword's effect, it summons back the 2 Phantom Knights from the graveyard, and then he can overlay into a Dark Monster. And he got a Dark Rebellion Dragon.
Yeah.
Dark Rebellion Exceed.
That certainly works for him.
Yep, so that makes it gain half the attack of the monster, and then the monster also loses half the attack. And he's going to use Gloves to send Boots to the graveyard, most likely, and then Boots is going to get banished so that he can go and search a trap card. Oh, he's just going to send a trap card so he can special summon.
Talk about a comeback. Like, that is really strong for Lucien.
Yeah, he must have not had boots, because...
Yeah. It looked like he was standing with his back against the wall, and suddenly he is in the driver's seat again.
Out of nowhere. So that's going to do 2-5.
And leave Tunkai with no field, basically.
Yep. And then the Levier is going to be able to sneak over that Genix controller.
Yeah, and Tunkai now left with just the cards in his hand.
Yeah.
One additional copy of Genix controller and Atlantean Dragoons.
Yeah, so he's going to use the sword to get back the break sword. And attack, so that's another 2,000 damage. Maybe main phase 2 is going to go into F0.
Yeah, but even without it, this looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those fields where you're really like, what is the opponent going to do? And there's not much.
He couldn't F0 because he'd played break swords effect. But yeah.
Upstart Goblin.
Yeah.
Well, it's a start. Another Destiny draw, and what is it? We don't know. We don't know just yet. Doesn't look like Tunkai already lost. Otherwise, he would have extended the hand already. Still thinking.
Yeah, I think he's still just thinking.
Yes, there we go. Something is happening. He did draw into an Imperial Iron Wall. So unless I'm mistaken here...
Yeah, I don't think he's got much going for him right now.
With that hand, all he can do is brick some more and build a house.
Yeah.
But the big bad wolf is going to come and blow it away. There is the handshake. Yes, that is it. 2-0 clean sweep victory for Lucien Hauer from Germany with Phantom Knights.
Yeah.
Who remains on his X1 record, which is a lot better in round 6 than it is in round 2. 1 or 2, yes.
The X1 hero.
Yeah. All right, that was quite a tough match actually.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Quite a grind.
Lucien really tried hard for that, I think.
Yeah. Got a little bit lucky. I mean, I can't say I'm a fan seeing this of the Genix engine.
No,
it really looked like it was giving up more than it was helping you.
Yeah, I'm willing to say some cards are not good in certain decks, and I don't really like being super aggressive about saying stuff is bad, but like certainly.
Yeah, that
was a really bad choice.
That wasn't it.
Yeah, he's X1, X2 in a YCS, and I'm not.
Right.
But still, that was a bad choice.
In terms of what you've seen from the Phantom Knights deck, was there anything that caught your interest, where you're like, this is an interesting choice, or this is an unconventional choice?
I think his deck was pretty standard. It's hard,
down to the
again, I can't see
yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty standard. There's not much to say about it. He played it exactly as it was meant to be played. I think there was one point where I thought, it might be better for him to invest a bit in the next turn. But I think he played a bit more either risky, or you could see it more risky as in, trying to protect himself a bit more, or, investing, trying to protect himself.
All right.
But it was, it's hard to swing either way. But he managed to win in the end.
Yeah, that's at the end of the day, nobody cares how you're winning.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, or very much earlier today, Valon Leturtre, who won last year's event, at the last round of the first day of competition, we didn't feel like he was going on to win this tournament.
Yeah.
He was very tired, very late, and he was making some mistakes. And then the second day was a completely different person, basically.
Yeah. Got a good night's sleep.
Yes, that can do wonders for you.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of breaks and good night sleeps, we're going to take a very short break because we're going to be back with Lucien Hauer to ask him how that match played out in his mind and his point of view in just a second. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Pleasure.
we're back. Quicker than we thought. With Lucien Hauer. Congratulations on that victory.
Thanks.
You're on a very respected X1 record after 6 rounds of competition. Walk us through it. We actually looked at your day. You went up against quite a couple of Draco Performer Power players today, right?
Only one.
Only one?
Only one truck.
I think we saw 3 of them in our app, so that's kind of awkward. Interesting. Can you walk us through your matches today?
The matches I have?
Yeah.
I had one Cosmo, then one Marello, one Monarch.
All right.
Then the 1-4, I have a Monarch that I lost, the only one, because I had in round 2 my opponent starts.
That was Cherry from Canada, I think.
Yeah. And this was round 6, right?
Round 6, yes. I know, we keep losing track as well.
Then round 5 was the Performer Bell and now a Marello feature match.
Okay, right.
Yes.
So very diverse field, actually. Lots of different decks that you've been playing against.
Yes.
Is that what you were expecting at the beginning of the tournament, that you would be playing against so many different decks?
Yeah, sure. I had to think about that I play versus many Cosmos and Performable, but not versus Mermaids.
Yeah.
So it was a crazy matchup for me. Awesome to play with that.
Right. How did you end up playing your deck this weekend? How did you come up with the Knights?
It's a list from Jeff Jones, but only chance that I have is he had played the Heroes from Nightmare in the extra deck. I changed it for Acid Golem because I want out more for Majesty Fiend.
Right.
For the Monarch, and I had in the test rails never played the Nightmare.
Right.
Yeah.
We didn't have your deck list ready here, so can you talk a little bit about the choices that you made in this deck? Or that were given basically to you if you say it was a list from Jeff Jones?
Yeah, I had changed from the list from Jeff Jones things like Maxine and Main or something, but it was not in the duels. I don't know. It was the list from Jeff Jones is like perfect.
Okay.
I want.
Very, very consistent, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Found things that I not want to play.
Yeah,
maybe the traps
doesn't fit your play style basically.
Yeah,
so it's not wrong, it's not bad, but it's not your style of playing, and you want to fit it to your play style.
Yes.
All right, that makes sense. Okay, and so far it's going really well. Is there anything you would change in your deck after 6 rounds?
Now I would change the Galaxy Cyclone. I had tested, but I don't play it because I had think I would play versus more Performer Pills than Monarchs. But it's really good when I now start with Monarchs. I start with Dante or double Dante, and I mill the Galaxy Cyclone, so I can, in my second turn, he can't kill me with double Dante and Monarch. And then I can, in my second turn, banish the Galaxy Cyclone to pop the field spell, and then I had my OTK for.
Right. Okay. Works well for you, it seems.
It's better than the Magic Deflector, I found.
It's one of the other options. All right. How did you get here? Did you travel with a couple of friends together? Or?
Yeah, with friends from Frankfurt.
Okay, and did you drive by car or did you take a plane?
No, I drive with Eugen Heid and Nicolas Petz.
Okay, that was a fun ride.
Bus.
Yeah. Fun enough. Okay. When did you guys get here? Yesterday, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah. And are you going to stay?
Since the day
2 days?
before. The day before.
First day? Okay,
yeah.
first day. Right. That's fine. So you've already seen a little bit of Prague. Did you have a good time so far in Prague? Or did you only play Yu-Gi-Oh! The whole time?
I play on Yu-Gi-Oh!
You only play Yu-Gi-Oh!
I had birthday at Monday, but I don't do party or anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm only for Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well, here's some late congratulations from us. Well, all right. Congratulations again.
Thanks.
Keep it up. We're most likely going to see you tomorrow in day 2. It's only one more round today, guys. Before that round is underway, we're going to be back for one more time to look a little bit more at the standings and how this tournament is shaping up, which decks are rising to the occasion, which decks are letting you down, which countries are rising to the occasion. Spoiler alert, UK is not doing so well. Italy is doing pretty well. So that's something we're going to talk about in between rounds. So it's not going to be as long as a break that we've had before. And having said all that, let's take that little break so we get at least a little bit of downtime. And see you guys soon. No more introductions are needed. Let's take you straight to the table where these two guys are getting ready to get their game on for one last time at Rimini in the first YCS of the season.
It is the final time to duel.
Oh, we almost see some athletic training here from our volunteers in the back. But no, Ryan could contain himself this time.
Right, okay. So I've talked about these deck lists and clowns and blue monsters.
Yeah, if you've been following the stream, there's a very good chance that you know the insides of this deck better than, well, anybody else, really. If you've never played this deck, you will still know how it works because you've seen it in action so many times.
Yep. So
also, if you just happen to tune in and you have missed a few games, you can always check out almost everything that we have produced over the weekend on YouTube. Apart from like the last 1 or 2 matches, everything has already been uploaded to YouTube on the official Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG channel for Europe. There's a link to that below the Twitch stream, so you can always rewatch that instead of complaining about us showing the same matches on the Twitch stream in between matches. That would be really nice. Okay, we got the 2 hands of these guys. Andrea Zanotti on the right. You can take a quick look at his hand. And kicking things off is going to be Lorenzo Santoni on the left.
Yeah, so immediately you can see that he has opened up with Exa, Enforcer of the Necros. That's not good. It's not what you want to see in your opening hand. However, if he does manage to make a Valkyris play here, then he can soon tribute that off to draw a card for Valkyris. That's going to be very important here. Very important.
Right. What I don't understand at the moment is that he's having Manju on the field and 5 more cards in hand. So
yeah, but that's okay because Manju is +1.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean after that?
Yeah. I mean, he didn't search for Manju yet.
Yeah. Maybe the double unicorn is actually a single one.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes that happens really quickly. Is it correct now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that works. All right. There we go.
So we dropped Maxi here.
Yeah. Andrea dropped Maxi, so Lorenzo is probably not going to go super nuts.
Yep. He's probably going to end his turn by just tributing off his monsters here.
Right. He doesn't want to, even though it would be cool to get rid of the Exa in his hand.
Yeah.
He wants to get rid of his field. Sounds very controversial. Why would I want to get rid of my own field? Well, the answer is Trishula.
So he actually tributes both Exa and the Great Sorcerer, which is going to allow him to go and search for a dragon and for a spellcaster Necros monster. That is insane.
Wow, so many searches going on. And do you think is it a good idea to play Droll and Lockbird in the main deck?
Well, yeah, it's a good idea if you know that you're playing only Necros. But I think people came in here not expecting just pure Necros.
Yeah.
So looking at both of these players, both of them have been running deck lockdown.
Oh, wow, that is it. I think the 6th card could be explained by Andrea going first and just passing play.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, because he did have like
that makes sense.
Such an abysmal hand, so to speak. And so he just passed play, hoping that he would see another turn. Lorenzo just unleashes everything. And that is 1-0 in the finals of YCS Rimini.
The first YCS of the year. And I've been going on about this because this means we have a new prize card.
Oh, yes.
These players are competing for the first ultra-rare Minerva.
Speaking of Minerva, a very different version of that card as a super-sized card.
Yeah, I was just walking through the hall and I noticed my friend Marcello, who we've had on stream a couple of times over this weekend, was just walking along with a Minerva, and it was about 10 times the size of it.
Yeah.
So I walked over there and he was like, "Oh look, Luke, I've got a Minerva." I was like, "Oh, okay, I see."
Yeah, it's one of the few ways how to get that card.
Yeah.
And yeah, but unfortunately you cannot play it in a duel.
Yes. Well, actually, it doesn't say that you can't.
Yeah, I saw that these new giant cards are only having the information that this is a limited edition in the lower left corner.
Yeah.
So it no longer has the restriction you cannot play this card in a duel.
Yeah,
so if Marcelo Barberi is playing against you in the next local tournament or something and he's coming with a gigantic card next to him, here's some spoiler alert for you. He's going to play Minerva.
I wonder if he can get one of the sleeve creation companies to produce a sleeve for it.
Yeah.
Or even a top loader, maybe. That would be rather expensive.
All right. So 1-0 in the finals of YCS Rimini after just one, I don't know, 2 turns basically.
Yeah, well,
and the first turn was just a pass.
It was a first turn win there by
talk about an explosive
Lorenzo.
Win.
So we're just seeing side decking shuffling up.
Yeah. And is there anything in the side decks? I've been asking this question all weekend.
These deck lockdowns are going to cause so many issues. If but basically deck lockdown, I roughly know what it does, but I'm going to get the exact card text. I'm gonna do a prediction on this because Ollie's looking for it for me. It's a continuous spell card, and then during the second standby phase after activation, it's destroyed. Your own second standby phase after activation is destroyed, and it says neither player can add cards from their deck to the hand except by drawing them.
Yeah, it also says monsters cannot be special summoned from the main deck.
Ah, yes.
This is the other thing. And basically, it's a card against gladiator beasts.
Yes.
But it's not too bad against certain other archetypes.
No.
All right, we're assuming that Lorenzo Santoni went first. This time that would make sense according to the count of cards. He starts with a Manju of the 10,000 hands. He's got 9,000 more than the others.
Yeah. That's a lot of hands.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's just going to pass. And Andrea is going to throw out an OTK here. And what is he going to go for here? This time he's not going to assemble a gigantic field, because he cannot attack, of course.
Nope.
This is now the tribute action that you mentioned before.
Yeah, so he's probably going to either make a rank 4 play, which is probably not the intention here. He's probably just going to tribute both of Valkyrus and Manju, or he is going to, it's either that or make a rank 4 play. So the preparation of rights is probably going to go get Clausulus, which is going to get a, he's going to obviously return the cycle from his graveyard, and he's going to go and get a Necros Kaleidoscope with that Clausulus, so that he can summon his Unicorn and start producing some of these Exceed plays. So the likelihood of him going for like a Daigusto Emerald is quite high.
Mm-hmm. And Andrea Zanotti doesn't have a Maxi this time around.
Nope, so he can absolutely go to town. Necros town.
Yeah. This is a blue town at the coast of Italy.
It's blue.
And here we go. Second Valkyrus being added to the hand.
Yep.
Is this your desired opening?
Yeah, I think that this is 100% the opening that you want now. Apart from you'd really like that Emerald to be a Lable Chain, but apart from that, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
He detaches Manju there. That's quite strange. That's in fact really, really strange. Usually you detach the Unicorn so that you can use that Unicorn again. That's really weird. Yeah, I'm not going to question him. He's in the finals of a YCS.
Yeah. He's going to shuffle it back with the effect of Daigusto Emerald.
Yeah. Maybe he was wanting to keep that so that he can use the Necros of Unicorn as fodder for Valkyrus. Like when it gets tributed using the Valkyrus's effect. And then he's got another Valkyrus in hand to use the other effect to defend. Maybe that's the desired course of action here.
Right. Let's see if we can see the new cards that Lorenzo Santoni drew into.
Yeah. So he's already got like a reasonably great hand. Oh, he just drew deck lockdown. Okay.
So basically, it's a little bit like Vanity's Emptiness in him assembling his field, then activating that card and denying his opponent doing the same thing.
We always refer back to the Dark-Armed Dragon format, in which you would summon all your stuff, your Stardust Dragon, etc., and then just flip up Royal Oppression and say to your opponent, no, you can't do what I just did, because now there's Royal Oppression on the field. This is exactly the same kind of thing here. You produce a field which your opponent can't get out of while under this certain lock, and in this case, deck lockdown is going to be putting that pressure on.
Okay, let's bring that card up for you guys.
Yeah, and it actually is just a deck with lots of locks on.
Yeah, very,
Very good job by the artist there. He understood what the card is supposed to look like.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, you can just look at the card and know what it's supposed to do. Yep. So that's quite funny, because not many people have been playing the deck lockdown. There's been a few, but not that much. So Andrea here might just be thinking, oh, you stole my strategy.
Yeah. And he's also not going to be happy with this.
Yep. So let's have a look at his hand here.
Reinforcement doesn't do anything.
He could...
Clauselus doesn't do anything.
No, he can't... He can normal summon Damage Juggler and then special summon Hat Tricker and then go into a 101, take the Valkyrus, and then...
if he plays it.
Attack.
Because we've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah, I'll cast Castell either.
Yeah,
that's fine.
He's going with Castell instead, or he has to go with Castell instead. Because like many other players, he didn't find the space in his...
Oh, or he's actually put deck lockdown back. That's quite ironic, really. So, yeah, he's got rid of that deck lockdown, which opens up a world of possibilities for Andrea now. Let's see here, what can he do?
So now he's going to go
Cycle?
searching. Not just a little.
Oh, this is interesting. I'm pretty sure he's able to play Cycle, Pitch Shrit, summon Decisive Armor, or Clauselus. Yeah, maybe he's saving the Decisive Armor, and then go get Trishula, or get Bryanak, get Trishula, and then Mirror, Banish Shrit, summon Trishula, play Trishula's effect.
Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens for some magical reason. Wow.
That's the best play.
This is some back and forth right there. With Andrea Zanotti.
Wow, that's a good shot.
Fighting back after that first game that was over on the very first turn of Lorenzo Santoni. Now he can go swinging. But
I think the only actual redeeming factor here is the fact that Lorenzo will be able to banish that Great Sorcerer if he has a Valkyrus in his hand.
He does have a Valkyrus, yeah.
So he's going to be able to banish that Great Sorcerer and get its effect.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a spoiler right there.
But still.
Still, yeah.
That was quite impressive. And he also has Necros of Decisive Armor. Now that's quite an important thing here, because he can just throw down that Necros of Decisive Armor whenever he feels like it.
Right.
So if his opponent thinks, okay, well, I'm just going to Trish your Trish, then he can just throw down the Necros of Decisive Armor. His opponent's Trishul's effect doesn't resolve. And this is something that I really should know. When does the Decisive Armor's effect run out? Is it during his end? Is it during the end phase of that turn?
Well, we can look that up.
Yeah. So yeah, target one.
Until the end of this turn.
Until it was just, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was, but I was unsure, because that'd have been an even more immaculate play.
Yeah.
Because
All right.
then Trishula wouldn't be able to be run over that turn or the turn after.
So Lorenzo tries to come back with a Senju.
Yeah.
Goes
so it's
searching.
Very basic Necros play here to play Kaleidoscope, send Herald of the Arclight, also bolstered by a Senju.
To get
Surging.
a Unicorn.
Yep.
And that opens him to the rank 4 place.
Yep. So, but still, he may be in the realms of thinking, oh, well, he must have like another mirror in hand or something, or some monster that he can't use. He's probably not thinking too much about Decisive Armor right now.
But if he had another mirror, wouldn't he have said it?
Yeah, so another mirror, yeah, that was complete rubbish. If he had another monster that he can't use, then
yeah.
that's more likely. Way more likely, in fact.
All right. But still, so far, he's not going for Trishula. He's instead going, well, the Senju that we mentioned, the Unicorn, and now a Valkyrus. That is also quite the field. These two are not holding back at all. Not pulling any punches.
No.
In a wild exchange. Yeah, as a Necros mirror.
Yeah, I think so. It's quite strange here. You know, it is the finals. They're under quite a lot of pressure here. Both players seem to be going very aggressive, just throwing these ritual spells down here. And yeah, so
yeah, sometimes we see that the best way for them to combat the feeling of being super nervous is to just like play as fast as possible, and not think too much about what they're doing.
I think particularly for Lorenzo, he's a massive advantage here because he can choose to play to win because he's won the first game. He can just go all out and see what happens. Now, I think we're going to end up here with Andrea with nothing left on the field.
Yeah, so Gungnir is attacking Closelas. We're waiting for that attack to connect. Andrea does have the Necros of Decisive Armor.
Yeah, so he could protect the Closelas here.
Yeah, if he wanted to. Because it would gain 1,000 death.
Yep.
But he's not doing that here.
Yeah, it's probably better to save it for Trishula.
Yeah, because you're doing some damage.
Yeah, so... What? Oh, yeah, okay, so Valkyries tried to attack over the Trishula, and then he played Decisive Armor. Okie dokie. That was good. That was a good play.
Definitely. He still loses his Castell.
Yeah.
And Lorenzo is, of course, very, very much ahead.
Yeah.
In terms of cards on
way
the
ahead.
field. Yeah. And
both players have no cards in hand, however.
Yeah, Lorenzo is... I think he's done for his turn. He has 0 cards in hand.
He's probably going to make Rhapsody. Like, that's the...
Oh, okay, so he's not quite done yet.
No, I think he's probably going to make a Rhapsody. Either that or he's going to make an Emerald to try and... He's already made his Emerald, hasn't he? Does he play more than one? Some people play more than one. Lorenzo plays more than one, yeah. He's playing 2 Emeralds. So that would be perfect to try and draw a card to use with the Gungnir.
Right.
That would be really perfect. So yeah, there's the second Emerald.
That's also interesting. How many players are playing 2 copies of that card?
I don't know if we've got Andrea here who's playing 2 as well. Let's have a look. No, he's just playing 1. Yeah. I play 2 Emerald in my builds because it was something that was popularized a couple of YCSs ago now. It's the ability to target the Emeralds and just keep recycling them over and over again.
Yeah.
Because the only bottleneck in Necros is the ritual spells, and Unicorn can turn into a ritual spell. So yeah, here we go. We see him do the play, put the Emerald back. So he's just recharging his extra deck as well as the main deck.
It's also not too bad. Endless loop between those 2.
Yeah. So he's hoping for a Necros card here. Let's see what he drew. It's going to be really, really good if he draws a Necros card here. He drew a Manju. So Andrea here is going to be able to use this Trishula to just straight attack over the Gungnir.
Yeah, and there's nothing stopping him now.
No.
Nothing's gonna stop him.
He drew an Exa. Oh, Andrea.
That's not the
Exa
card you need.
Yeah, that is not the card you're looking for. Yeah, so he has to take the risk here to attack the Emerald and hope upon hope that his opponent does not have the heart of the cards.
Yeah. And with an Exa Enforcer of the Necros, this is exactly not what he wanted to draw.
Yeah, that's so like the worst possible draw. He could have drawn any other card and it'd have probably been better than Exa. The only redeeming factor here is that if he gets Trishula'd, he's going to be able to revive. Okay, so he decides to tribute Trishula for Exa. What?
Is he trying to not fall victim to an opponent's Trishula?
Yeah, I guess that's the only reason to do that. That's 100% the only reason to do that, because Trishula is obviously far more powerful than Exa.
Yeah.
I wish I could just pick up the graveyard of Andrea right now, because if he has mirrors in there, then this Exa going to the grave could pose a real problem for Lorenzo. If the Exa goes to the grave and then Exa is banished with one of the mirrors, he can special summon Shurit from the banish pile using Exa's effect, go and search the Necros cycle, play Necros cycle, tribute the Shurit, summon the Trishula. So that's going to be a real issue.
Yeah, you lost me at like the third step. All right, I understood explosive play.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but this is really good for Lorenzo, who can now put a lot of pressure on Andrea. Andrea Zanotti really being on a clock here.
Oh, wow.
There's a deck lockdown again.
And he's going to pick up his cards, I think.
I think we're not quite there yet. He's on 6,200. He just checks his graveyard. But I think he's going to draw for his turn before he decides to shuffle up in frustration.
There's no way that he kept in Mystical Space... Sorry, there's no way that he put in Mystical Space Typhoons.
So what one card out does Andrea Zanotti have here? A card like Raigeki is going to buy him a little bit more time.
Yeah, there's no card that's going to kill that deck lockdown apart from a Mystical Space Typhoon.
All right, so that's something to know.
But he probably didn't keep in the Mystical Space Typhoons. But he's, we're in the finals. He's probably just holding on. He wants to see what this last card is at least.
Yeah.
He's going to look at it and probably enter handshake phase pretty swiftly.
So, Lorenzo did draw into a Necros of Unicorn.
That's Damage Juggler. Wow. Okay, so deck lockdown's going to be destroyed. He's going to be able to protect himself using that Damage Juggler. Oh.
So he buys himself another turn.
Yeah.
But unlikely that he's going to spot a comeback still.
Well, no, at this point he can, because
stranger things have happened.
He has Exa. Exa's going to be able to provide a perfect stream out into the world of so many Necros plays.
Okay. So, yeah, we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, or I shouldn't. So, there's an attack of...
Oh, hold up.
Manchu connected?
Lorenzo has a face-down Vanity's Emptiness.
Ah.
That's unpleasant.
Now, Gungni is about to attack.
Yeah.
For game.
There's the damage juggler.
And
he's just clowning around at this point.
Yeah, but why?
So here's the Vanity's Emptiness. He's going to go searching for a Bryanak, and then going to use the Bryanak straight away. Bryanak's going to go for a Dance Princess. So we're going to see some Exceed play here.
That's an
so that is all she wrote, unfortunately.
Abyss Dweller in front of a reinforcement of the army. Yeah, and he passes play. Andrea draws immediately. The Abyss Dweller detaches, and that is it.
The winner of YCS Rimini.
Lorenzo Santoni, yes. Wow. Congratulations on that victory.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Your wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Hello and welcome back to YCS Prague. We're here to talk about Cosmos with
Marvin Weber.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about Cosmos. So we saw them in Rimini. They'd just been starting out with all the new Cosmo cards, and they've got so much better since then, don't you think?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Tin Can. He's the one who you think's the best card in the deck at the moment.
Yeah, Tin Can are the best card in the deck because it push up your graveyard and makes +1 consistency. You can add a lot of Cosmo monsters you want. From the deck.
So it was always kind of tough when you didn't have much access to choosing what Cosmo monsters you wanted in your hand, so that allows you to do that. And there's some really cool combos you can do with getting multiple Tin Cans out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So you picked out all these cards, and you were going to talk through the reason. So why did you pick Slip Rider?
Slip Rider are one of the best Cosmo monsters because you can pop up back row from your opponent, or maybe your own one, like Cosmo Town, to resolve Cosmo Town's effect, to search another Cosmo card from your deck.
Yeah. And really, you can also use it against Pendulum Scales.
Yes, for sure.
So that's
you can pop up every spell trap card.
Yeah. So a card that we've not seen a lot in Cosmos recently is Reasoning. Now, tell us a bit about why you've chosen to play Reasoning.
You need Reasoning for the extra summon in Cosmo, because you got only the normal summons of the small one and not for teleport. And if your opponent plays a lot of traps, you need to summon. Summon.
Yeah. So there's a few decks that are playing quite a lot of trap cards, or even trap tricks for Fleischer, who you can get trap cards from the deck. And you thought that just having 2 ways of summoning per turn isn't enough, so you decided that you wanted to play Reasoning as well as Call of the Haunted. So why are you? So a lot of people are playing Oasis of the Dragon Souls. Why are you playing Call of the Haunted?
You play many copies of Call of the Haunted, like 3, and Oasis like 1, 2, or 3 copies. So you can play 6 Call of the Haunted.
Yeah.
The Call of the Haunted are the best one. It's a better one like Oasis, because you summon the monster in attack position.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
So you can just you can use it even like during your own battle phase to hit them for more damage and things like that. So Solemn Strike
you fill up your graveyard with Tin Can.
Yeah.
Like Dark Destroyer or Slip Rider, and Cole can summon one of them. You can pop up himself for Farm Girl, or you can pop up with Slip Rider, your Call of the Haunted for Farm Girl. So easy for an OTK.
Yeah, a lot of access to Farm Girl. So you think that Tin Can really has made the deck more consistent?
For sure.
Yeah.
Without Tin Can, you can't play this fun competitive tournament like OSCS. I think so.
Yeah. So Cosmojo as well was an introduction of the first trap card for the Cosmo archetype.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
Cosmojo are really good, because you can pop your Cosmo monster and banish 1 card of your opponent. It doesn't target.
Yep.
And the Cosmo monsters resolve and summon another one from the deck. So
yeah, so that's got to be really interesting in the mirror match when you're playing against other Cosmos and you're trying to get rid of those ships. So let's talk a little bit about that last trap card that you put, Solemn Strike. Why is that an important card in your deck?
Solemn Strike, in my opinion, is the card of the format. You need Solemn Strike to win every game. I think so. It is.
Yeah. So
your opponent starts with Solemn Strike. It's really heavy for every deck to push up against Solemn Strike.
Yeah. So and with some of the changes, so we don't have Ptolemaeus anymore.
Yeah.
It's become more difficult to summon Cyber Dragon Infinity. Why have you put him here? So your deck has quite good access to that.
Yes. With double Slip Rider, you can easily go for Cyber Dragon Infinity, and Cyber Dragon Infinity are a really good card.
Yeah,
I don't think we must talk about it.
Yeah. So, were you in YCS Prague last year? Were you here in Prague last year?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have a good time?
Yes, for sure. Prague are amazing.
Yeah. So you decided to come back this year.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. Thank you very much for letting us have a look at your deck, and good luck in the tournament.
Thanks.
Back to you guys. Back to you guys. Back to you guys. Back to you guys. Back to you guys.
It's time to tool. It's time to tool. It's time to. Now's the time. Now's the time. Hey, why you were pondering the ozone? I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to do. Now.
We're here with Nadia from Peru. So that's two things that are very uncommon. First of all, we got a girl, and second of all, from Peru.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
I started judging in 2012, I think, and that was in South America.
Okay.
As you know, maybe in South America there are not so many people judging.
Smaller, right?
Yeah, it's much smaller. But I got into the game.
How did you get into the game?
Oh, because of my boyfriend.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that's normal for a lot of girls. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
In South America, it is.
It's also true for some boys.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not discriminating anybody.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I began with that, and then my boyfriend was judge. He's still a judge until now in South America and Peru. And I liked it. I really liked it that you can learn a lot from the rulings and how the game works and so on. So I decided.
How different was it for you when you started playing and then moving over to judging?
I think the most different thing is how people look at you.
Okay.
Because when I was a player, most of the guys were looking at me, oh, well, she does know nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really like that.
Right.
And I was a little bit like, oh, well, that's too bad.
All right.
But when I was a judge, they were a little bit more scarier. Like, okay, now she might
She's got authority now.
Yeah, maybe she might know what she's doing now. Okay,
That's
I cannot cheat.
Just by switching roles, suddenly people look at you in a different way.
Yeah, it was like that.
That's very different. That's very interesting to hear. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
but maybe that only happened because I was a girl. Because of course at the beginning when I just started judging, most of them they just saw me and thought, well, maybe she's just trying. But after I
it's
showed
kind of mean,
them,
yeah, it's kind of mean. But yeah, you showed them, right?
Yeah, after you show that you can do that,
yeah.
then okay, they start believing you and there's more respect.
Right.
It's something interesting. And
how did it happen that you start judging in Peru and now you're in Europe and it's been the second or third time you're in our judge team this weekend, I think?
It's the second time.
Second time, yeah. How did that come together?
I'm now studying in Germany. And because of that, I decided to change judge programs from the US, the KDA program.
Yeah, the
to
US
here.
takes care of South America as well, yeah?
So now I decided, okay, I will try to apply for Europe because I'm going to stay here 2 years or maybe more.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, that's what's all. Then
how does it work? If I'm new to the judge program, who do I have to call? Who do I have to write to?
Well, at that time was Julia Hedberg, the one that gave me the address of, I think it's Europe Yu-Gi-Oh events at Konami something.
Right.
She just gave me the link, so
we got it up on the website. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So she gave me the link, and I wrote to, in this case, Adrian Fox, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
And I told my situation that I'm Peruvian, but I was a judge in South America, and I want to apply for the program in Europe. And yeah, he only asked me for my data, like my name, my COSI, and all those stuff.
Right.
And yeah, that was all.
And was it the first time you applied and you got picked right away?
Yeah.
Wow, that's steep career basically.
They of course ask you if you made all exams before.
Yeah.
So I had all of the requirements.
All right.
So that was it.
Okay.
And then I got the email to apply to one of the YCS, and that was all.
What's the biggest difference between events in South America and in Europe?
That's a good question. I would say it's the amount of people.
Okay.
First of all, because the YCS I was in South America, that was in Santiago, Chile, was maybe 500 people.
Well, it's still pretty big.
It was still really a lot of people, but here when I was in Bochum, because that was my last YCS, it was 1,000.
More than twice as many, yeah.
That was amazing for me.
That makes sense, yeah. And do you also see a difference on the way that players are playing or people are behaving?
Yeah, here is a little bit more interesting because of the countries.
Right.
I really can see the difference between how players interact between each other when they are Germans or when they are Italian or when they're from Spain or English.
Be very careful what you say next. Yeah.
No, I mean they just interact different.
Right. Yeah.
It's the same thing as I'm talking about South Americans.
Yeah. No, it is true. Like I think you can even see that in the judge team. Like we've had some great miscommunication between people just because the gestures are so different.
Yeah.
Like some French judges like to be very reserved, very calm, and then you have an Italian judge who speaks a little bit more with his body as a whole. And he was just instructing the French judge to do something, and the French judge was getting offended by it. He was like, oh, why are you all in my face? And he's like, oh, no, that's just the way I talk. So you can tell the differences between languages.
Yeah, and I must say that is also one of the big differences between Europe and South America. In South America, it's mostly Spanish and Portuguese.
Yeah, so you have to master two languages that are kind of similar.
But it's actually the same. Yeah. But here, it really makes a big difference if you know more than two languages.
Right.
It's
you
really
do speak more than one language, or two actually.
Yeah,
you speak English?
Yes.
Spanish?
Yes, sir.
Do you speak Portuguese as well?
No, sadly no.
But
Maybe
you can make sense of it? Okay. And German?
And German, yeah.
Okay, well that's quite impressive. That's actually better than most European judges, which is very funny considering that you're coming from South America.
I'm happy to hear that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope you're going to have fun this weekend as well.
Yeah,
what's your role this weekend?
Oh, what?
Your role? What are you doing this weekend?
First day floor C and second day Dragon Duel.
Okay, so you're going to answer lots and lots of questions first, and then on the second day you take care of the smaller duelists.
Yeah, I hope I do it good.
Yeah, I'm going to be certain of it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, and that's it for now. For now. For now. For now. For now.
Hello guys, and welcome to YCS Prague. I'm here with Zach, who's from the UK.
Hi.
Hey Zach, how's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
So we're looking at the deck that he's playing for YCS Prague, which is?
Phantom Knights.
Yeah, so why did you decide to bring Phantom Knights?
It was fun. I find all the decks kind of boring, they're all very inconsistent, and this is just... I get to play BA basically again, but it's much better.
Okay, so you think it fits your play style?
Yeah, I enjoy playing like trap cards and control decks.
Yeah.
Grinding
so
people.
Big trap lineups.
Yeah, you can OTK people as well, which is great.
Yeah. So there's only 6 Phantom Knight cards out at the moment.
Yes.
So do you want to talk us
through?
No,
there's a few more.
Oh, is there a few more?
Yeah,
oh,
they're just not
the
great.
Stuff, yeah. So talk us through a little bit about the 6 that you do play.
Yeah.
Talk us a little bit about each one, and just give us a bit of detail as to which, why you play each one. So start with these monsters.
Yeah.
So the gloves, I understand that gives your monsters a lot of attack points when you exceed someone with it.
Yeah, you XYZ summon a dark monster using it as a material, gets +1,000 attack points. They stack as well, so you can get some very big attack monsters to swing over like Cosmo ships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And push the game. It also has it's technically any copy of the other Phantom Knight cards in your deck, because if it's in your graveyard, you can banish it and send in another copy you need. So it helps sort of find what you're missing.
Yeah. So that's a good time to speak about. So the trap cards, they all have the same effect when they're in the graveyard.
Yeah, all of them can be banished to special summon a Phantom Knight monster in your graveyard, and you can only use the trap effect once a turn.
Yeah, but you've got 3 trap cards, so you can use one of each. So you can summon up to 3 from your graveyard.
You get lots of extra normal summons before you even normal summon a monster.
Yeah, so talking about those, so these cards here kind of provide that in the fact that Terratop can do that. Yeah,
you're able to special summon Terratop and then search either the Tackle Bug and or the dice. These are sort of almost utility monsters. You rarely ever use this effect at all because it will limit what you can summon afterwards.
Yeah.
But and this effect is actually super relevant, so you never want to forget this in your graveyard. But you're able to start your turn off making a Dante or one of your break swords before you even normal summon, which is just great.
Yeah, and that's all from one card as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So that's I don't want to say free, but it's
it's like Tour Guide 2.0.
Yeah, so if your opponent's going to use some trap card on that, then that's really good for you.
A lot of time people will Veil of this as well. I mean, if you've naturally drawn like this as well, you kind of blow them up a bit.
Yeah. So talk us through a few of the other cards that you're playing that aren't related to the archetype.
Right. Well, Mathematician is just a solid monster. It sends any of the Phantom Knight cards, so you have access to everything. Ghost Ogre and the Blue Lair are a toolbox with E-Telly. E-Telly is really broken now because of Blue Lair, because you can just play 3 E-Telly and 1 Blue Lair, and Blue Lair will keep recycling itself, so your E-Tellys are never dead. And it just allows you to make a rank 3 and start off your combos and carry on going. Also playing 3 copies of Twin Twister. Most decks don't want to be maining Twin Twister because discarding card they don't get any value off of it. But in this deck, you can discard any Phantom Knight card and get immediate value. So it's almost a combo piece, allows you to go off, which is great. And I love being able to main it and not being a disadvantage.
Yeah, because obviously a lot of people are side decking it.
Yeah.
And another thing that not a lot of decks do nowadays is play a lot of trap cards. So obviously you can see you've got a lot of your trap cards out here. So talk us through about these 3 in particular.
Well, Emptiness is super solid because you're able to make a Key Beetle, And so you can have a key beetle Emcee's lock, which is really, really powerful. Yeah. And also your key beetle can have huge attack points thanks to your gloves. And then you've got the Solemn package as well. Solemn Strike is actually really good position right now.
Yeah.
It's only bad against Monarchs.
Yeah.
But against the other two decks, it's just extremely powerful.
Especially a big pendulum summons.
Yeah.
You
need it against Cosmo as well, because it can be a big blowout.
Yeah, if they're going to summon a big scary ship, then you need to be able to deal with that. So yeah, so talk us a bit more about the key beetle. How do you actually play the key beetle? So I see a lot of your monsters are level 3.
So all of them are level 3. So the way you do this is by using Break Sword's effect when it's destroyed after it's been exclusively summoned. You target 2 of your Phantom Knights in the graveyard and summon them back, and then increase their levels by 1. You can then only summon Dark Monsters afterwards, but that's rarely an issue. So then you're able to go into a combination of Key Beetle or a Dark Rebellion XYZ Dragon.
Welcome back for the last time on day 1 of YCS Prague, where we're going to have yet another feature match. Last of the day, because we moved 1 round over to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Actually, talked to the scorekeeper earlier. The cutoff point is, of course, 1024.
Yeah.
We had less than that, not a lot less, but a few players less. And that means we're not going to play 10 rounds of 11 rounds of Swiss, but rather 10 rounds. 7 today, 3 more tomorrow. Then the top 32, and so on.
Cool.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
For you guys, that means we don't have casual round 8.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It's a real loss. But then again, we got less casual round 7. In this round, we're going to talk a little bit about how this whole tournament has developed up until this point. Before we do that, we got yet another cool story. You can tell this table looks a little bit different compared to earlier.
Yeah.
Because we basically we get up. Or in other words, I went to the Konami station on the side where they are handing out the prizes on top of other things.
Yep.
And the other things, one of them is the Ordeal of a Traveler program. Because YCS Lille didn't take place, you got more than ever before.
Yeah.
So in a way, it paid out. In a way. This is the so-called runner-up mat. Really beautiful mat. There you go, guys. Okay, I always have to do it the other way around. You want to rate it on a scale from 1 to 10?
Oof. Give it a solid 8.
You give it a solid 8, okay.
A solid 8.
Solid, not bad. This is if you went.
See, if it had Trishula on it, then it'd get a 10. There's no mat that doesn't get a 10 without having Trishula on it, so, you know.
All right. So this you get if you went to all but one event last year.
Yeah, as well as the smaller one.
Yeah. This is like the minified version. It's like a mouse pad. Honestly, I think this is the coolest thing ever.
It's a playmat for ants.
I give this a straight up 11 out of 10.
Yeah, I must say I really, really would like one of those mouse mats.
Yes, and earlier we heard some insider talk from the Konami offices that said that this was slightly beating the, what was it, the extra wallet or something?
Is it a passport holder?
Passport holder.
Yeah.
And we were like, who uses a passport holder? This is really useful. You can use it for iPads, you can use it for mouse, you can use it for everything on your table.
Exactly. And then here's the full-sized version.
Yes. This is the very
really
pretty
awesome.
Ordeal of a Traveler main prize with Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Yeah.
I really like that one too, to be honest.
It is. The colors on it are absolutely fabulous.
Yes. Great job, guys.
You don't usually get such a vibrant mat. Like, more recently, we've been getting really vibrant colored mats. It's been really nice.
That's true. Yeah, they're not saving on the paint.
Yeah.
All right, guys, you can pick those up at the Konami station. That's on one side inside the venue. Just have to go there. You're going to be on a list. Your name is going to be on a list, unless you're me. Yeah. I wasn't on that list. But I got video evidence that I went to all events, so they were like, okay, I'll let you off this one time. All right. That's the one story we wanted to talk about. Another thing we got is, of course, the metagame of today's event. So let's take another look at that. This is the start of the tournament. Draco Performer Paul, the most dominant deck, and in Hot Pursuit, well, somewhat Hot Pursuit, 50 decks less almost, Monarch, and then another little gap, and then we got Cosmo. Those are the top 3 decks of the format. Atlanteans or Mermaids in 4th place. Is that what you expected to see?
Yeah, pretty much.
What about the numbers? Did you think that it would be like a tighter race?
I think the Performer Pals were definitely going to be the top, and that Cosmo was going to be Monarchs were going to be second. But I had no idea about the rest.
Right.
These were, so you remember right at the start of the tournament we were speaking. I said, there's like 5, 6 decks, and I didn't want to say there was that exact amount, but these were the decks that I spoke about. So the Pendulum deck, Monarchs, Cosmo.
Let's
all
now
that
take a look at what it looked like in round 4. So this is after the guys that went 0-3 drop left the tournament.
Yeah.
Suddenly, It's pretty much the same trend, if you ask me.
Yeah, other
We
has
still have,
dropped quite a lot.
Yeah, the other category is not doing so well. The rogue decks are not that well positioned, it seems. Those 4 decks at the top. I think Mermail was doing, relatively speaking, quite well. Started with 79, and they went
just 9.
Went to 70. Yeah, 9 drops.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at round 6. Suddenly we have Cosmo and Monarch going toe to toe.
Yeah.
That tells us that Cosmo was a better choice than Monarch.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it would still be in 3rd place, of course.
Exactly.
Yes. So, and Atlantean losing a few more, 51 now, and as you pointed out before, the other category shrinking and shrinking.
Shrinking quite a bit, yeah.
The Phantom Knights, however, they started with 14 at the start of the day.
Yeah, and 12.
Yeah, so 12 out of 14, that's a pretty good quota. Burning Abyss started with 32, down to 23, so it's like almost a third that lost.
Yeah.
And prior to this round, or in this round, this is what it looks like. Monarch has secured the 2nd spot again. So in this round, Monarch was more successful than Cosmo, of course. And it seems like it's slowly catching up with Draco Performapal.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think a lot of, Monarchs and Cosmo were prepared for those Pendulum decks, so we're going to see them kind of catch up at this stage.
Yes. So that is the way that the metagame is shaping up this weekend. That's the correct word. Speaking of decks, what are these 2 guys playing? Let's take a look at those.
So we have
Edoardo Stocco from Italy.
Yeah, who's playing
Magispector.
Yeah, he's playing Magispector Magicians. So
that's something we didn't see all day, and we also didn't have in our metagame breakdown. Ironically enough, it's not part of the other category. Because we had a couple of archetypes that we have written out because we expected them to be maybe among the top 10.
Yeah.
Magispector was one of them, so he was entered in our app as a Magispector player, and that's why the numbers don't add up exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so much for that.
It's really great.
You like the deck?
Yeah, I really do. He's playing Avian, which was one of my favorite cards when I was playing in my country's LLDS Stage 2. I played the build of Magicians that had Apex Avian in it.
Right.
So.
And you said it was like the best deck 6 months ago.
Well, yeah, just a few months ago when we first got the structure deck, that's when it was really, really good.
Yeah. Well, let's see how they can stand their ground against Ali Favas, who is playing Draco Performapal. Having said that, I think you know pretty much how this deck works by now. So let's take you to the feature match table where these 2 guys are getting ready. Had some friendly chatter prior to the game. Ali, one of the most talkative guys on the circuit, very, very friendly guy. Always up for a chat and telling you how you should play your cards the right way.
So we start, this is the best card you can open with in Magicians is Pendulum Call. So it's got a massive drawback, which is your pendulum zones, the cards in your pendulum zones can't be destroyed. However, you get to go search 2 Magician cards from your deck and add them to your hand.
Right.
Simple cost of discarding. And that double-edged sword of not being able to destroy them is because a lot of the Magician effects, or the best Magician effect, Wisdom Eye, destroys itself to go search another one. Now, obviously, this is a double-edged sword because, you know, that is going to happen. But at the same time, if your opponent tries to use something like Wavering Eyes or Twin Twisters, they're not going to be able to do it during their own turn at this point. So we see between a 5 and 8 scale. And he goes ahead and Pendulum summons Oath Dragon Magician. Now, he doesn't have an effect at this stage. So we see him Tribute Summon his Magispector Toad. I'm unfamiliar with the Toad. So all of the Magispectors have the really cool effect that they can't be targeted and they can't be destroyed by card effects, if I remember correctly.
You can send one Magispector spell or trap card directly from your deck, but it cannot activate this turn.
Yeah, so that's great. So he can go ahead and set Tempest. I assume he's going to get Tempest. Yep, he gets Magispector Tempest.
Right. And that is his field. Ali didn't really have anything to react to that opening play, but that's going to change in just a second, where Horn of Heaven would be one option for him to respond to his opponent's plays.
Yeah, so he's got 2 Magispector Tempests, which is actually really good for him. So Magispector Tempest says if you if your opponent would special summon a monster or an effect's activated, a bit similar to Solemn Strike. You contribute a win spellcaster monster and negate the summon or activation if you destroy the card. So it's really, really good because the Magispectors, when they get tributed, just go up to the extra deck and you can reuse them over and over again.
Right. So good start for Eduardo.
Yeah.
How do you think, is this deck well positioned in this field today?
It seems so. They can't be targeted, which kind of helps a little bit against the Draco Slayer cards, and the Magicians are just really good. They're really solid. But I must say, I don't think it's as strong as the Draco Pals deck, but he must be piloting this absolutely fantastically because he is where he is.
Yeah, he's actually very much on top of the field in this round.
Yeah. So we see Ali here going to go with an Upstart Goblin to begin with. He's just playing Rescue Rabbit. Now I tried out Rescue Rabbit when it was back when I can't remember what it was, but just summoning two vectors from your deck. It was before we had all of the Draco Slayers. It actually works out really well. You can get two of your vectors or Master Pendulums and then overlay into Magister, the Paladin.
Right.
Which gets you a search in the end phase.
And
which is nice all from one card.
Starting with the Upstarts, 2 copies of that.
Yeah.
How much of a role do the life points play at the moment?
I think it's pretty big. If you play a lot of Upstart Goblins, then you put your opponent outside of the range of being able to be, destroyed in one turn, and that's quite tough for a Pendulum deck that's quite explosive. So we see Guiding Ariadne being destroyed by Lusty Pendulum here, which is really important. So whenever Ariadne is destroyed, you get to go and search 3 counter traps from your deck, and then they randomly one of them randomly gets selected and added to your hand.
Right.
So he's probably going to pick 3 Solemn Strikes. Or 2 Solemn Strikes and a Solemn Warning. Yeah, couldn't see the third one. So he has to roll a dice. Oh, I think does he get to pick? I might just remember that effect wrong. So he got to pick. He got to pick Solemn Strike. So Solemn Strike slightly less effective than the Solemn Warning.
Right. On the very top of the field, pairings for this round have been very interesting. On table 1, we got Kenny Deubelbeis from Switzerland playing Burning Abyss versus Simon Thurnherr from Germany playing Monarch, for example. And there are a couple of interesting decks on top of the field. It's not just all Draco, Performapal, and Cosmo.
Yeah.
It's also a couple of Burning Abyss, Magispector, of course. And Monarch is also still very much represented on top of the field.
Yep. So here we go with the Rescue Rabbit. Now he's going to decide whether he would like to play his Magispector Tempest now. So he's got 2 Tempests that he's going to be able to use here. Let's see if he decides to use one of those now. Yeah, because he can use the Oath Dragon Magician as well as a tribute.
Yeah, let's bring that card up for you guys again, if we can.
Yeah, there it is.
Go.
So I think he's letting that go through because he can just he can just use that when his opponent exceeds summons with those cards. And more importantly, I think he'd actually be okay if his opponent decided to straight away enter the battle phase and attack the Toad. I think that'd be, he'd be okay with that because then his opponent's already attacked. The battle phase in these big Pendulum decks is quite important to retain. I guess in any deck it's important to retain, but when you get put in a situation like this where you really need to attack to deal with something, it's even more important to make the right decision to either use your battle phase to get rid of that problem card. I do think he's going to be better off trying to play through the back row using other means, though, than just attacking.
Right. And Ali's hand is not that bad. He's got a couple of options here.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's got a Soul Charge for a start off, so this...
It's got to be a big comeback later.
Yeah, this exceeds someone that he's going to do right now. The Pendulum cards that are underneath it obviously get sent to the graveyard when they get used. So that's going to put them straight in the graveyard. He could soul charge them back and then do another play with them, another Exceed play.
He now went for Diamond Direwolf.
Yep. So that just kind of forces out that Magispector Tempest, I think.
But he's already touching. So it seems like it actually did hit the field.
Yeah. Oh, he can negate the effect of Diamond Direwolf.
Right.
And there was no reason to negate the summon. He could just negate the effect.
Right. Very flexible card.
Yeah.
And also Eduardo is not playing with a hand.
Yeah. So, yeah, obviously he's going to use that there. He's going to tribute his Toad. Okay, he's just helping him out. There's your graveyard. And then he needs to tribute a Wind Monster for its effect. Oh, he's just going to let it go through. Oh, yeah, of course, that makes way more sense.
Yeah, I think, why would you lose your Wind Monster
when
Diamond Wolf is just sacrificing, destroying itself, basically?
Yeah, I kind of thought that way because if he special summons that, both of his monsters get an effect when they get special summoned. So I was thinking along the lines of, oh, maybe he's going to set up a play with that. But yeah, I guess not. So we're going to see a Pendulum summon here. Now I can see the Magispector Tempest being used here because that's quite big.
Yeah.
Getting rid of that Pendulum Sorcerer.
Yeah. That must really hurt Ali when he's like, yes, I got rid of the Tempest. Now I can go for it, and then there's a second one.
Yeah. However, this is the big thing. He can now just Soul Charge for 4. So Ariadne is going to activate its effect again.
Both of these guys are really throwing the cards on the table. They are not holding anything back. Not pulling any punches. They're going in like crazy.
Yeah, so Ariadne is going to use its effect again. It's not going to be able to use its effect anymore because he's... Oh, no, he actually... he's running Horn of Heavens as well. So he's got 5, which means he can use it another twice. So this time and then one more. So he actually runs enough to play for the Ariadnes. I think he's going to ask... I don't know what he's asking right now. Maybe for a translation or something. So we'll see what he decides to pick here.
Yeah.
Probably Strike. Because all of them function the same way for the Pendulum Summon.
Yeah.
I think so anyway. I might be wrong about what Horn of Heaven does. Horn of Heaven.
Horn of Heaven is normally...
I think you tribute a monster and then you negate a summon, but I can't remember if you negate the whole summon.
Normally the Horns do that. And Ali now...
Yeah, it's just any summon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it has a high enough cost.
Yes, tributing a monster. Well, not in this Pendulum format, because your Pendulum monsters just go to the extra deck. So here we go.
There is a very big soul charge, bringing back 4 monsters like you pointed out before.
Yep.
4,000 life points. Talk about an investment.
Yeah, and there goes the Pendulum Sorcerer. So Eduardo must be pretty upset right now.
Well, I mean, he just halved his opponent's life points indirectly.
Yeah.
So,
but he's
on paper that looks really good.
Yeah, but he's not got board control right now. And the chance of his opponent leaving both of his opponents, like the chance of Ali leaving Eduardo's scales up, is slim to none.
Right. Chances are rather meh.
Yeah, rather meh.
All right. So yeah, some searches going on.
Yeah, so he got Lizard Draw and I think G-Turtle as well. I mean, who doesn't like a turtle that's a guitar? That's just cool. So he's going to go into his extra deck here.
He still hasn't entered his battle phase yet, right?
Correct. So that's Majesta Paladin. So in the end phase, that's going to go and search for a Pendulum monster. He can detach one to special summon a Draco Slayer from his extra deck, and it can't be used for a Synchro Summon. A Exceed Summon. So then he can use that Draco Slayer with one of his other Pendulum monsters to special summon Ignista. So Ignista is going to be his method of getting rid of his opponent's Pendulum scales.
This time it is the slightly more complicated line of plays.
Yeah.
Rather than the straightforward spell card like Raigeki or something.
Yes, which is good.
Finally, yeah.
Yeah, and then he's spot for choice really of what to use the last ones for. I think he has to use it for an Exceed summon. He can't synchro with it. So
it seems like a Maxi would have been really big in this turn.
Oh yeah, yeah,
like really big.
He's going to go into the fusion one. So we actually see all 3 Draco
boss monsters.
Boss monsters, yeah. Draco boss monsters, and then he's going to use the effect to summon that.
Well, his field just improved like by a lot. And
yeah.
It felt like it didn't really cost him anything. I mean, of course, it initially cost him the soul charge to get 4 cards back, but after that, it seemed like everything was happening for free.
Yep. Especially after the big soul charge. Yeah.
And by the looks of it, it's really like Ali Fawaz is very much in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, very much so.
And I'm wondering, like, is Eduardo going to be able to fight back? I mean, he's got 10,000 life, of course, but that's going to change in just a second.
Yeah, I think a good way for him to come back here would be to just draw another magician.
Right.
A Wisdom Eye magician.
There's Lizard Draw.
Yep. And he got a draw from Gito as well. And there's those big back rows. Yeah, I don't think there's much to be done here. He can't pendulum summon for like
Eduardo is left with just 2 cards on the field, no cards in his hand, no cards.
Oh, he's gonna overlay.
And Ali just keeps going.
Is he gonna overlay to Felgrand? That's not Felgrand. I don't know what that is.
Let's talk about an overextension. Yeah, I think we're going to have it in just a second on our app. That's obviously not
Lancelot.
Yeah, Lancelot.
Ah, of course, yes.
Dark Knight of the Underworld. And we're going to have that guy up for you as well in just a second. Yeah. Okay, we don't have him in there, but yes, he's a pretty big guy, of course. And now Ali with 3 back rows, Horn of Heaven, Solemn Strike, and the second Horn of Heaven.
Yeah, Lancelot was the one who came in the special edition. Okay. So he's actually brand new. He's one of the latest released cards. That must have been why I didn't know what he did. So he's 2 level 8 monsters. He can attack your opponent directly while it has Exceed material. When it inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls and you destroy it. Once per turn during either player's turn, when a spell, trap, or another monster's effect is activated, you can detach a material to negate the activation. Wow.
Yeah, and Eduardo just drew a card and then he immediately shuffled up.
Yeah, I called it a day.
Yeah, he just drew into a Skullcrobat Joker, and that didn't really look like it was enough. So yeah, he immediately went for his side deck, and there we have a couple of cards that might come in handy. I see 2 copies of Mystical Space Typhoon, 2 copies of Twin Twisters, Psyblocker, 3 copies of Mechanical Hound.
Yeah, Mechanical Hound, really big.
That's a card you mentioned earlier. Yeah, you were like, oh, it's cool that he's playing this.
Yeah, so Mechanical Hound, while you've got no cards in your hand, your opponent can't play spell cards. And that includes pendulum cards. So your opponent just doesn't get to play at all if they're playing a pendulum deck, which is absolutely fantastic. And then Psyblocker as well is a really good out to the likes of like Naturia Beast, or if they do go with that strategy of playing anti-spell fragrance as well. What else he got? Twin Twisters. So he can play Twin Twisters as well to destroy his opponent's scales. And I think his opponent Ali is going to be doing similar things with the Mystical Space Typhoons. He's playing 3 of those and 1 Twin Twisters. And that's all really. They both will be putting in Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbits. Those are really good against the pendulum cards because as soon as they activate their effects, you can just destroy them with Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. That's a very interesting side deck. It's really strange that Eduardo seems to be playing like a lot of not retro, but just the meta moved so quickly in the past few months, and he was kind of playing the best deck just before Bosch came out, and he's still sticking with it.
And Eduardo seems to be trying very hard to focus here. At the same time, seems a little bit fussed.
Yeah, he looks a little concerned, doesn't he?
Yeah. And Ali is...
he's just chilling.
Yeah, he's also not like... Doesn't look like he's super happy or anything.
Yeah.
I guess that's part of the routine for Ali. He's been playing for so many years.
Yeah.
He's seen it all.
Yeah.
He's seen rough starts and great comebacks, and he's seen great starts and rough endings for some tournaments. Although, ever since he came back, because he took like a longer break from the game, he's been kind of on a roll. He's been doing really well. I think the first event he came back for was YCS Barcelona. And he ended up in the top 16 of that event, if I remember correctly. Just going to look that up real quick. Yeah, that is actually correct. He was in the semifinals.
Well remembered. That's quite a while ago, isn't it?
Barcelona, I think it was 2013. Oh, no, in December 2012, yes.
Yeah.
It was quite a while back because Dino Rabbit was the deck to beat.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is a little bit while back. Ironically enough, Federico Sopini was in the finals back then with Mermail. Something he could do today, but I think he's not playing Mermail.
No, I think he's actually playing the same deck as Barbary. They both worked on the deck together.
Right.
But I think he was X1 when Barbary was still X when we featured
undefeated in round 4. Yes. But Federico, I think he's doing quite well. I can actually look that up real quick for you guys. And who do you think is going to go first in the second game?
I think it's hard to say, especially with this. I think if so, Eduardo lost here. I think Eduardo might choose to go first because he's got a lot of traps that you can use, or searchable traps anyway.
Right.
That's kind of a good thing in the matchup. But again, if you want to, put in some nice hand traps, like Maxis or whatever, then you can happily go second.
Right. Federico Sopini at the moment is 4-2. He lost to Philip Link Enert, who was playing one of the other decks, and in the second round against Mario Milic, who played Draco Performer Paul.
So I think one of our app users here has put in the slightly wrong card because we see Painful Choice being played here by Ali.
Yeah, that would be quite something.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the card, but it's got Painful in its name. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah. But I'm sure the chat will soon let us know. I can't remember what it's called. It's got a picture of 2 monsters on it. I can't remember. So let's see Eduardo here. He's got... Ooh, he actually has an Apex Avian. I think he might be able to summon it as well. I can't remember the scales of Dharma Eye Magician. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah,
so the Dharma Eye Magician actually wasn't played because it came out in Bosch, so it was an improvement to the deck. And Dharma Eye is a low scale.
Yeah, 2. Yep. Got it on the right. Sometimes it takes a little while until the cards are loading, but yes, we got him here.
So he's got Dharma Eye and Oath Dragon, so that's a shame because Oath Dragon's actually a small scale as well, sorry.
How exciting is it going to be if there's ever going to be a pendulum card that has different scales?
Oh yeah, that's going to be weird.
It could make all the difference, right?
Yeah. Actually, Dharma Eye Magician, I didn't know what it does, to be honest. It's got an effect that's going to be really relevant here. Oh, that's okay. So that's the card, and I can't remember what its name is still. Painful Decision. That's it. Painful Decision.
Yeah, very close.
It's almost the same. So Painful Decision.
One of the greatest artworks, by the way.
Yeah. it's like, isn't it all of the Ojama trio getting eaten by a shark?
Yeah, 2 of them. And the third one can decide where he's going to throw the rescue ring, basically.
Yeah, the flotation.
I'm not sure if that flotation device really works against the shark, to be honest.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So, Painful Decision, he has to send a normal monster from his deck to the graveyard. And then After
he
he's
can
done that.
add one card with the same name as that card from his deck to his hand.
Yeah.
He can only activate one per turn.
Yeah, so he can send one of his normal Draco Slayer monsters. And, yeah. So, yeah, he must have had... Yeah, so I think, Kurin's a low scale as well. It'd have been okay if he'd have had one single large scale in his hand, Eduardo, because he would have been able to use Dharma Eye's effect to make Oath Dragon a bigger scale.
The last time that somebody passed without a field in his first turn, I think there was Eugen Hyde at the European Championship, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And he got OTK'd the very next turn.
Yeah, I remember that. So, here we go. Fortunately for Eduardo... Oh, no, Ali does have some cards. He's got some Wavering Eyes. Nice bit of Wavering Eyes.
Yeah.
Big card.
I've heard this a couple of times. They were like, yeah, I was going really great. Everything was going my way. And then he had Wavering Eyes.
Yeah.
And they just like let that statement stand as if it explains everything, basically.
Yeah. So it's got quite a few effects.
Yeah.
So the main ones that you're going to be able to get off the first effect when it's played, you destroy all the pendulum scales on the field. If you destroyed one, you inflict 500 damage to your opponent.
Which is sometimes kind of useful.
Matters. Definitely matters. If you destroyed 2, then you get to add a pendulum monster from your deck to your hand. If you destroy 3, then you get to banish a card on resolution of Wavering Eyes.
On the field, yep.
And if you destroy 4, then you just get to add another copy of Wavering Eyes, as well as all the other effects on the card. So you get to do all the effects up to and including the one that includes the amount of monsters you destroyed.
Yes.
So if you destroy 4, then it's pretty over if you manage to destroy 4.
All right.
So here we go. He's going to destroy 2 here, which is going to allow him to go and search for a monkey board.
Yep. And Eduardo is going to lose some life.
Yeah.
7-5 is his new LP.
Yeah. So he's going to play monkey board, and then monkey board's going to get him a lizard draw, probably. I think I don't know for sure. That's probably what's going to happen. I just have Performer Pal Silver Claw in his hand. So that's a new addition to the deck after the adjusted list. Some people were playing it beforehand, but that's going to potentially give him a scale to use with what he's going to search for Wavering Eyes, but most likely he's going to get Monkey Board so that he gets another plus from Monkey Board.
Right.
Or I might be completely wrong. We'll see. Oh no, he goes for a Pendulum Wizard. So Pendulum Wizard, I'm trying to remember his scale. Oh, okay. Oh, I was really. I was like,
almost the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There's the sorcerer on the field now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just double checking everything here with the Silver Claw and
making
the other.
sure everything's right. So yeah, Pendulum Wizard is a small scale,
Yeah.
so he can Pendulum Summon all the rest of the monsters.
Oof, that is quite something.
That rabbit's pretty savage right now.
Yeah.
Because he can just banish that and go get 2 more vectors.
That's a super explosive start from Ali. Is it enough?
Start, yeah. I think this might be 9,000.
I think the Twitch chat called it, and some guys were like, "Okay, this is going to be it."
Yeah.
Let's see if he can go for it. But it is a lot of damage here. We already got more than 4,000 damage on the field. That is before these 2 new additional monsters are hitting the field.
Yeah, so they're 1850 each.
Another 3.5. Yes, that is enough indeed to finish the game in spectacular fashion for Ali Fawaz. Unless, of course, Eduardo has something, but looking at his hand again, no, there's nothing waiting in his hand.
Yeah.
And
is that enough?
It is enough, yes. There you go. Second donkey is 1,000. And then he's got the Silver Claw, that's 1/8. So that's 2/8. And then he's got 3 copies of Vector Pendulum. All of them have almost 2,000, so that's almost 6,000. That should be enough.
No, that actually it gets to 8-4. Oh, hold on. 8-4 plus the Silver Claw, which gives just the Performer Pal 300. So it's 8-7. Actually, yeah, I think it's just 8-7. Just 8-7.
Just 8-7. It's just short. Let's see. We see the LP of Eduardo Stocco dropping like nothing we've ever seen before this.
Oh, sorry, I was reading the wrong life points. Yeah, Eduardo's only on 8,000, isn't he?
He was on 7.5.
Oh, then yeah, definitely.
And Ali is doing the maths together with him, and at some point everybody's going to realize this is going to be enough attack.
Yes, definitely, yeah. Including me. It was 8-4.
Okay, let's go back to our regular schedule, which is in spectacular fashion. Ali Fawaz wraps things up.
Absolutely.
I think he has to explain it a few more times, but in the end result will stand.
Yes.
And
it's 8-4.
That is enough, more than enough, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even the judges taking down the life points forgot about some of the effects that were, I think, buffing the monsters, giving them even more attack.
Yeah.
So wow, that is a spectacular.
Yeah, explosive finish.
Ali played how many turns? 3.
Yeah, I think.
If this was his first turn in the second game, and I think I think he won. I think no, his opponent scooped on his second turn in the first game. So Ali only played 2 turns in 2 games.
Wow.
And won 2-0. That's minimalism at its best.
Yeah.
If anybody's able to make a strong case for this particular deck, it's going to be Ali Fawaz.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's really strong.
Right. And, well, we definitely want to hear from him.
Yeah.
What he thinks about that.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Did you see that coming?
No.
It's going to be such a blowout.
Yeah.
And after this round, what do you think about Magic Spectre?
He
didn't really see much.
No, I think
it's kind of unfair.
Final hand was unfair. Yeah, if he'd have had a single big scale, he'd have been able to set up like really good monsters. He had Avian, he had Kieran as well, really good monsters. Yeah, I just think he got a bit unlucky in that last game.
All right, so there are some options, there's some openings. I mean, he is of course X1 after this round, which is good news for him, better than before this round.
Yeah,
6-1 record, very good chance for him. He's definitely in day 2. Might make it to the top 32. So let's not count him out. Eduardo Stocco from Italy.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. That was quite the explosive finish for the first day. We're going to have this short interview with Ali. After that, we are going to take a quick look at the round 6 standings. So we're going to be back 2 more times. Take a very short break, and then we're going to be back with Ali. After that, we're going to take a look at the standings after 6 rounds. Cannot wait until we have all the results in from round 7, because that's going to take another 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in like 1 minute, I think, with Ali.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to. Now is the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to duel. Now we get serious. Time to duel. You're not invincible yet. Now is the time. Time to Mutter, where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
And we're back with Ali Fabas, the winner of the last round, the last feature match for today. Congratulations, Ali.
Thanks.
We just said that was super explosive. You just played 2 games and that was it.
I had nuts game 1. And,
minimalism at its best. What's your opinion? Because some guys were like, okay, Magic Spectre is really not good anymore.
Yeah.
We didn't really see anything from the deck because you just like...
Well, I know this deck. We also tested it, but actually the engine isn't that good anymore, like the actual Dracopult engine.
Okay.
It's really too strong. You just spam your whole field and like have rank 8 exceeds, whichever exceed monster, and this problem is that actually you can't do this with Magic Spectre.
But you talked a little bit to Eduardo, right?
Yeah, before, yeah.
Yeah, and he was undefeated after all, so
yeah.
It seemed to be working out for him up until this point.
Yeah, let's see. He still have 3 more rounds, and I hope for him that he win them to top.
And then see
maybe
you again
he can take revenge in the tops. Let's see.
Yeah, maybe. Let's not hope so. All right.
Sure not.
What about you? You are playing Draco Performer Power.
Yeah.
You came to the conclusion this is the best deck in
Yeah,
this.
for sure. It's like this deck is, if you win the dice roll, you like mostly winning the game. Where everything.
I think you didn't even start any of these 2 games.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, he started both games, yeah.
He started both games, but like second game was only like brick.
Okay.
He didn't kind of even play.
Yeah, that's true. He was missing a higher scale.
Yeah, a high sky. He would draw it as a 6th card. I just saw it.
Oh.
So
maybe you should have
unlucky
had you go first. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the deck. Why is it that consistent? Why is it that powerful?
Well, first of all, with the counter traps and Ariadne, you just plus it. You can search them, and you have a lot of plays to just pop Ariadne. It's like with the Draco Slayer or even the Sorcerer, just plus. And also the whole Dracopult engine is like really amazing. It's like just spamming the old field, just Ignister, Special Summon, Overlay Magister, Special Summon from the extra deck, and resummon with Dinosaur. It's like spamming everything.
Yeah, we've seen some
really
of that,
like, yeah, mostly if you start, you're winning game 1.
Right. And then what happens in between games after the first game? Is your side deck designed to beat all the other decks in the field?
After game 1, if I don't start, I just board out the whole Ariadne engine and just board cards in for going second. Like if you see 2 Ghost Swords, 2 Max C. Mostly in this play, I also borrowed Dragiki Dark Hole because I think like, okay, maybe he's playing Apex. Like he played it. And I wasn't sure if you're playing like Floodgates or so I wanted to be sure and just board into MSCs.
Right.
I was like perfect.
To be prepared, yeah.
Yeah.
How did you make so much room in your main deck? I mean, you told the Ariadne getting out and
yeah,
all the traps.
It's like really a tour. I mostly kick 2 Horn of Heavens, 1 till 2 strike, depends what I want to board in, and 2 till 3 Ariadne.
That sounds really good because sometimes I see players having a very good side deck, but they are struggling to take out so many cards.
In this build it's really good because you don't even cut anything about the engines. So the engine stays consistent, and they are mostly like brick cards if you start because they can't play. Right. So if you're going second, you just have these cards. They would be make most full the same like if you would start with them on your opening end.
We got your match history here. Let's bring that up for you guys. So you can maybe run us through it a little bit. We got the first 5 rounds here. And your name is always bright white while your opponent is slightly gray, which means you destroyed them. Maybe not as much as you did just now, but yes. First 3 rounds you went against German guys. Some of them actually you know.
Yeah, he played Cosmo, but
that's John Pollard. Yeah.
Yeah.
From Munich, I think.
Yeah, he comes from Munich. He also won the dice roll. I was like, okay, that's not that good for me, but he let me start. So I was like, okay, nice. And like I sparing the whole field with Lancelot and even trap cards. And game 1 he can't even do anything. Game 2 he won. And game 3 like I was starting, so I have nuts.
I love how players are always going into great detail when they are telling somebody how they destroyed their opponents. Yeah, I did this great move, and then I did this great move, and then yeah, game 2 I lost.
No, it's more. Yeah, I know what you mean. But most in its format is like really like you want to start.
Yeah.
Whatever you are playing, you want to start. So I was really wondering why you lets me start.
Yeah. All right, second round you're going up against Hendrik Heusel, also from Germany. He was playing one of the more creative decks, as we just call them, Other.
Yeah.
Do you still remember that?
Yeah, Mothtronic.
Okay,
Anyway,
that is definitely one of the other categories.
Yeah, it was like I started with Ring 8, XC, Magister, and stuff like this, and he was like, okay, he activated a random spell card to activate the Lancelot, and afterwards he was getting a level 3 tuner with the reasoning, so Black Rust me, and yeah, it wasn't a huge problem because afterwards he just like looking at the top 6 card when he was rolling a dice and getting a soul charge.
Right.
Because with Formula Synchron was like, okay, really started with Natura Beast and Quasar and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but because of the end of turn surge of Eccentric, I just still won the game.
It's quite crazy.
Yeah,
right? Even when your opponent has everything, it seems like you can come back with this deck.
Nah, yeah, mostly, yeah.
Mostly, yeah. Third round, you're going up against somebody else from Berlin.
Yeah, I know him.
Dixon.
It's a friend of mine.
Yeah, also playing Draco Performapal.
Yeah.
How did that go?
Yeah, he won the dice roll. He won game 1, like most of the time. Yeah, it's really like winning the dice roll is nuts for Performapal, even in the mirror match.
Yeah.
Game 2, I started, so I won. It's really
okay.
It's so weird.
It's fine.
But yeah,
it's fine.
And game 3, like he only had 1 negation, and I have the Spectral removal with scale, so he can't even do that much.
Right.
Wavering Ice.
Yeah, it's a pretty
so good in the mirror match. If you go in second, yeah.
But yeah, you went up against Gillian van Sande in round 4, who's also playing one of the other decks.
That was Infernoids. Really, without Giant Hand, I would lose versus him. It was like. He like had game 1 completely nuts with 2 reasonings, and the normal summon. I forget his name. The level 1 tuner who's sending 1 from the deck to the graveyard.
Yeah, they can copy
and
the
even instant fusion to reborn his Raiden because I only had 2 negations and the Giant Hand. So I was really struggling. So but he did move very well with the reasoning. That's why I don't like that deck very much. So I'm sorry for him.
Okay. And, well, 2 more rounds against Monarchs and against Cosmo.
Yeah.
It seems like you were mostly playing against the established decks, so to speak.
Yeah.
Although there were some rogue decks in between. What do you prefer? Do you prefer going up against the rogue decks, or do you prefer going up against the established decks that you probably play-tested against quite a bit?
Yeah, I like to go with the established deck, because actually if you see my deck list, you see the 2 Honor of Heavens.
Yeah.
The 2 Honor of Heavens are so strong versus Monarchs. It's like if you activate 1 on the Monarch, if he summons it, you're just winning the game, because mostly he can just, he can play like you can't even activate the strike, so they aren't that strong versus Monarchs. They are nearly that versus good Monarchs player. So I decided to play Horn. And Cosmo is like, if you don't start nuts and have everything, you just win.
Okay.
It's really like that. Cosmo is like, okay. Let's stop it.
It seems a little like a minimalistic view, but I guess if you've tested so much, you really know, like, okay, this is how it goes every time.
Yeah, mostly in the team we tested that much, and we have like 2 versions, one this and another version, and they are going really well.
Okay, so there's no telling which one is better. They are both.
No, they are similar.
Yeah.
Some prefer the other one. I prefer this.
Okay, yeah, fits your play style. All right. So you mentioned before this interview that it's not going to be partying tonight for you.
No.
It's going to be focusing on tomorrow.
Yeah. Just 7-0, go eat something, calm down a little bit, stay with my friends.
But you guys also made sure to have a hotel very close to the venue, right?
Yeah, it's like 5-minute walk.
Okay, yeah.
Nothing.
It seems like you came here to play because I've seen some other guys who came here to party.
Well, we also made party, but on Thursday. So Friday I was just testing really long till 3 o'clock.
So there's
it was
a time
enough.
to play, and then there's
tomorrow for sure we'll also make party. Whatever.
Are we going to see you in the top 32 this weekend?
I hope so.
Are we going to see you in the top 8 this weekend?
I hope so.
Even
winning. Well, let's see.
All right. Well, let's see if we see you tomorrow. That certainly would be nice. Thank you as always, Ali. Congratulations again.
Thanks.
Have a good night's sleep, and then we see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Right. We're going to be back one last time. So take a look at the standings after round 6. We're just going to take a very short break. Then we're going to bring you the standings. So just wrap up the day, basically. And with that, we're going to leave you guys. So don't go anywhere just now. Just give us a short another break, and then we're going to be back.
It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to now's the turn. Now is the turn. Hey, why you were partner in the ozone? I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the gypsy.
And we're back one last time for the first day. This is the conclusion of YCS Prague on day 1. With that, without further ado, let's just take you to the standings table after 6 rounds of Swiss, guys. We don't have the results from round 7 in just yet because we can only display those after the entire round has concluded, which might take another 10, 15, maybe more minutes.
Yeah.
So instead, we're just going to take a look at the results after 6 rounds. All of these guys are going to make day 2, of course, which is not that surprising.
A lot of German guys at the top of the table there.
Yeah, so they are not doing too bad. We only have so many undefeated guys, however. If you look at that, this is the next page, basically. And there we already, that's it. 13 players remain. After that, everybody has at least 1 loss.
Yeah.
That really shows you that 1 loss doesn't really mean that you're out of the competition.
No.
Like, not at all. So while the air is getting thinner at the very top, it's not like you lost your ticket to make it to the top 32.
No, not at all.
Right. On the first page, we definitely knew Ali Fabas, who we just saw in our feature match as well. Ruben Lima, who is in 7th place from Spain. I think he's from Portugal. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think we mixed this up in the past. I don't want to say anything that's wrong. Also with a perfect record, and Temis Gutzis also doing rather well as well as Long Dao. Those are the names that I recognize. Anybody you want to add here?
Adrian Koch, again, was someone that I recognize a bit further up. But yeah, he's I think he's in 6th place.
Right.
Just above Ruben Lima.
Let's take another look.
When we look a bit further down, so 2 English players, as well as Jerry as well.
Yes,
So
Jerry Yang, that you mentioned, who is studying in the UK at the moment, originally from Canada, of course, as the flag is indicating.
Yeah, and Stefano Memoli as well.
Yes, Stefano Memoli, former European champion. Jake Quincy, you mentioned that, of course, from the UK, almost always making the top cut.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like, success at the very end of the day has eluded him so far. Dominik Böhmer, German player, that's all I know about him. And I think Ur Kovacic is a national champion. Without being 100% certain, but I think we interviewed him at some point at a European Championship or something. Yeah. All right. Further down, after Stefano Memoli, we got...
Oli Wenger?
Yes.
Pretty sure he was a national champion that we interviewed at the European Championships.
Patrick Haidari, we had him in the feature match earlier today.
Yeah. Eugen Heid.
A former European champion, of course. Yeah. That's pretty much it from there. Guys, keep in mind, you just need to make top 128. You don't have to make top 32 at the moment.
Yeah.
That's going to be a little bit later. So this little line in there after the 32nd place is not that important just now. It's going to be very, very important at the end of day 2.
Yeah, so if we were to cut to top 32 at the end of round 6, this is how it would look.
Yeah, exactly.
This is how it's going to work after the end of round 10.
Here we have Michael Chiplak, usually playing super creative decks. We've seen him with Fire Kings at the top of the standings a couple of times. But at some point he just gave in, and he also played some of the popular decks. This weekend he's playing Cosmo, for example.
Yeah.
And Marcello Barberi,
who
we had in our round 4 feature match, I think, maybe round 5.
Yeah, I can't remember. But
it was round 4.
Yeah, he told us all about his very, very creative way of looking at the Monarch deck that a lot of people have been struggling to solve, the issues with, consistency and things like that.
Yeah. And then Michele Antonini, another player we had in our feature match today. Yep. And you said you don't recognize Jawad Saeed Chaudhuri, although he's from the UK.
No, I don't recognize his name.
All right, let's look a little bit further down. Oops, we left one out here. In 35th place, Umut Serin. Don't want to skip Umut.
Nope.
And keep in mind, guys, this is round 6. If they won this round, they will move up at least 10 seats, roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, so Umut might be 25th at this time. He might also be 50th. You never know. Also, we had a match between Long Dao and Umut Serin earlier in the day, and now we know who won that one.
Yeah.
That was obviously Long Dao. Otherwise, he wouldn't be undefeated, and Umut wouldn't have this one loss.
Yeah.
All right. That's like Luca Cettoni, of course.
Yeah.
Winner of Weissier's Bochum.
Yeah. Yeah. Got that really kind of emotional win towards the end of the season last year.
Yeah. Let's move a little bit further down. Here we have Kim van Kampenhout, Belgian national champion, 2-time national champion as far as I know. Sebastian Ma, I think that's the top-seeded French player. Or is Valon Letertre still in there?
No, I don't think we saw him as we were going down there, actually. So, yeah, he must be he's the top-seeded French player.
So, at this time, it's Sebastian Ma. Ralf Stutz from Switzerland. I know him because he did very well at some local tournaments in Berlin. But I think that's pretty much it on this side.
Yeah. So now we're getting towards the end of
the 5 wins, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although, 5 wins, still an X1 record.
Yeah.
Might also be an X1 record after this round.
Yeah.
Din Kabui, I remember seeing that name before. I think he did well at the national championship. And of course, Paolo Paciana, also top 8 at some of the YCS tournaments before.
Yeah.
And Kevin Semlali, another French player, did well before. So these guys still keeping the French life of having...
There's Valon Letertre.
Oh, yes.
Just here.
Just on the next page. So let's go down a little bit further.
Yeah.
Here we go. There is Valon, also on a 5-1 record, so nothing to flinch at.
Nope.
Very much in competition still.
Yeah, Jacob Malander, he's topped a few events. I think he's topped an event last year. I can't remember which one. I think it may have been Bochum.
Mm-hmm.
And we had him on stream previously, I think, as well in Bochum. He was using his hero deck that everyone loves to see him play in the UK. And then Shun Cheng as well, who we
also had in our feature match. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
spotting the Cyber Dragons, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Cyber Dragon Monarchs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was 64, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
For the time being, we have a couple of other players that are 5-1. Pironaski, for example, also going strong.
Yeah, Marcus Patel.
Yeah, Marcus Patel, who is somebody I always remember because at his very first tournament, he was still playing in the Dragon Duel, which was the European Championship in Milan many, many years back.
Yeah.
I don't know, like 4 or 5 years, something like that. One of the first events we did written coverage. And see how far we've come. Now we got video coverage, of course, and got this amazing app where we can show you the standings live on the screen.
Yeah.
So yeah, and there are other good players like Can Polat, who we noticed in the player history of Ali Fabas, for example.
Yeah.
That was his only loss up until round 7. So he's also 5-1, very much in competition.
Yeah.
Quite a few guys are close to the top of the field. 94 players went 5-1. After this round, of course, number is going to go down of the X1s. But this is a pretty good start for the day for these guys, yes.
Yeah. It's good. They're not to be counted out.
Yeah, not at all. Even if they have 2 losses, still a chance to make day 2. So if you guys have just tuned in, let me just check if we can bring up the deck breakdown one last time. It doesn't work. All right. So Draco Performer Pal at the start of the day, most dominant deck. Still most dominant deck, but it seems like Cosmo and Monarch is catching up. Seems to be a trinity at the very top.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a look at that, how things continue to develop tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we can.
Some of you have asked, when are we going to start tomorrow morning? That is 9 a.m. as always. Now some of you are in different time zones. However, it is 9:15 at the moment. So in 12 hours, little less than 12 hours, we're going to be live again. If that's not easy enough, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
So if it is 3 a.m. at the moment for you guys, if you're in a different time zone, it's going to be 3 p.m. tomorrow. This is the easiest way to recognize this.
Yeah.
With that, we're signing off. We're saying thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for staying with us, providing with us plenty of useful feedback on the chat as always.
Thank you very much, guys.
That was the first day of YCS Prague 2016. Have a good night, sleep well like Ali wants to do.
Yeah.
And we'll see you in the morning.
See you later, guys.